A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Your Coca-Cola bottler presents Claudia. Claudia, based on the original stories by Rose Franken. Brought to you, transcribed Monday through Friday by your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. Relax, and while you're listening, refresh yourself. Have a Coke. And now, Claudia.
A most elegant dinner, Mrs. Norton.
Thank you, sir. It was good, wasn't it?
You were improving.
I only had one can in it. I hope you noticed.
I did. Was that what I almost broke my front tooth on?
Oh, no, that was my baking powder biscuits. Weren't they awful? I either put too much baking powder in or not enough. Either one, I don't know.
Maybe you put in too little biscuits. How's that?
Started out by being nice and ended up being nasty.
You asked for you. Seriously, I think I'm very patient, loving, and an understanding husband.
So do I. One of the best husbands I've ever had.
Mm-hmm.
Now go in the living room, read your paper, and I'll have the dishes done in no time.
I'll help you.
You won't. I've told you ever since we've been married. I don't approve of men helping with the dishes.
Yep, and ever since we've been married, I've been helping.
But you insist, so what can I do? Come on.
Here, I'll show you how we'll manage. Now, we'll stack them up here, so. Now, that's it. And make it almost
Hey, be careful.
in one trip.
Oh,
Here we
David,
go.
that's enough. They'll all topple and break. Here, let me have that cup. You can't
Ooh,
balance
be
it
careful,
like
be
that.
careful. Now, get away. If you push me, I can't do it.
I'll take it.
Don't you dare. Now, hold the door open. Don't let it swing. Here I come.
David, please let me take that cup. It's just...
You let me alone and go back and finish clearing of the table. Now, there we are. Hey, take that bundle of laundry away so I can put them down. I hope my shirts came back.
Wait a minute. Put them right in the sink. They did.
Where's the dishpan? What did?
Your shirts. I don't use a dishpan. I like to wash them under running water.
I like the dishpan.
I don't. Anyway, what's your business to know how I did it?
Because I'm washing.
You're not. You're dry.
I won't. I want to wash.
David, I hate to dry.
So do I.
But washing dishes it's such a messy job for a man. You get your hands wet in the soap and everything. Drying is much nicer.
That's why I want to let you do it.
David, get away from that sink.
Where's the soap?
It's such a sissy thing to wash dishes.
Oh, it's much sissier to dry.
Look at the nice, clean dish towel, all red and white and folded and ironed and boiled. Bertha boils the dish towels. Isn't she wonderful?
That's terrific. See that you do the same. Go clear the table.
You didn't leave me anything to clear but a salt cellar and a cake plate.
That's what you call efficiency.
It is not. It's silly to waste the trip in for just two things.
Now, bring a dining room chair back with you, will you?
What for?
Oh, just so you don't waste the trip.
Idiot.
Hey, why do I have 2 frying pans to wash?
I made a typographical error and one of them had to begin all over again.
I didn't bargain for 2 frying pans. What was that?
Nothing.
Sounds like a flower bloom.
Oh, you're so careless. I told her not to leave plates on the table. I dropped it.
You dropped it. I don't see what's so funny about it.
You don't? What did I do with the pieces? I can't.
What do you think you do with them? Here, stick them together.
I mean, do I dump them in the garbage pail naked or wrap them up in a newspaper?
Well, the razor blade you wrap up in a newspaper, but you can drop these in naked.
Oh, I see.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, it wasn't a very good plate anyway. It had a chip in it.
Mm-hmm. It's got a little larger chip now. I suppose you want a medal. Here, dry. Not another word out of you.
David, this saucer is not washed clean.
Where? I don't see a thing.
There.
There. Oh, now wait a minute. I'll have to get this up to the light.
Don't look so close.
That's the design on it. It's a buttercup. I know a buttercup when I see
well,
one.
it could have been an egg.
An egg?
Darling, you have to work tonight.
Oh, it smells like a buttercup, too. I'm working. I'm going to come home after a hard day at the office and stand over a sink.
I mean, over blueprints or plans or something.
What do you want to do?
Nothing if you're going to be busy. Aren't I noble?
My evening belongs to you, you alone. What would you like me to do?
Nothing. It's funny, I'd rather do nothing with you than something with anybody else.
I've got to think that one out. Give me a minute. How would you like to go to the theater?
I'd adore it. It's too late, though.
No, it isn't. It's only 7:45.
Oh, we never get tickets for anything good at the last minute, and the tickets cost a fortune, David. Why don't we just go to the movie instead? Say, how'd you like to see a good dog picture in the neighborhood?
Yes, I'd love it. Let's go. What's playing?
I don't know. I just asked you if you'd like to see one. I would.
You mean you were just hoping that there's one around someplace?
Sure, what's wrong with that? Look, let's just take potluck and go to whatever is playing,
I've had enough pots here. I want to know what's playing before I start out.
Oh, dear, you have no wild, sweet spirit of adventure in you.
Yes, I do. Here I come with wild, sweeping spirit of adventure.
Is that what it is?
But I don't have any when it comes to sitting through a bad movie.
Hey, wait a minute. I do know what's playing, but I just don't remember. It's pretty good, though. I mean, when I passed the theater, I looked at the marquee. How do you pronounce that, marquee or marquise?
Marcuse, I think. Look it up in the dictionary. Go ahead, look it up. Look it up in the dictionary.
Oh, David, don't be silly.
What's playing in the dictionary?
I don't remember.
Well, don't take it so hard now.
I remember this pretty... I said to myself when I was watching the movie, when I was walking past...
Oh, I thought you were talking about the dictionary.
I said, in a pinch we could see it.
In a pinch we could see it. Well, what's the movie about now? Get yourself
David,
organized.
you exhaust me. It's not historical. I mean, the costumes in the picture up front look modern. There's a Mickey Mouse playing in it.
Well, what do you know? Why didn't you say so in the first place? Come on, hang up that dish towel. We're on our way.
Say you didn't leave a very clean sink. You're supposed to swish it around with soap powder.
You swish it around in the morning. I'm going to the Mickey Mouse.
Oh, David, what would I do if I married a man that didn't like Mickey Mouse?
Now, what would you do if you didn't?
You know something? Mama loves him, too.
Well, go call her up.
Oh, darling, you are so sweet.
Well, the one thing worse than a man being sweet, that's being cute.
Sweet, the way I mean it, is a very sweet thing to be. It's a combination of understanding and gentleness and all kinds of...
And sugar and spices and everything nicest.
Oh, I'll go. I hate to think of her spending every evening alone. Say, there's no answer to the phone. I wonder what's happened.
She's gone out, probably. Maybe she went over to your Aunt Louise's for dinner.
Maybe, but I don't think so.
Why not?
She didn't say anything about it.
Does she have to account to you for everything she does? Get your hat and coat. I hate to get into a movie theater after everybody's breathed up all the air.
So do I. David, I phoned Mama twice today. There's no answer.
Well, she was probably out marketing.
But I gave her a chance to come back before I called again.
That was big of you.
Still no answer.
Maybe the phone's out of order.
No, I asked the operator to check on it. Well, I'll be a big girl and not worry about her. I'm ready. Hey, wait a minute. Let's close the windows in case it rains. Ouch, this window sticks. Oh, now I broke my nail.
Let me see. Where?
I didn't, but I could have.
Switch out that lamp over there. I'll put out the lamp in the hall.
Wait a second. I haven't got a handkerchief. Oh, never mind. You can lend me yours. Anyway, I don't think it's a sad picture.
We're not going to any picture.
David, what made you change?
Because you'd be on pins and needles. You wouldn't enjoy a minute of it. You're only going because you think I want to go.
Well, don't you?
No, not particularly.
Then what are you walking to the door for? Where are you going?
Over to Mother's. Set your mind at rest. You're cooking up all sorts of ideas, I can tell.
Darling, I'm so ashamed. I don't know why. I just get feelings. What do we do when we get there?
We have a key to her apartment.
I know, but if she's not home, we...
Well, once we find out she hasn't slipped in the bathtub or got asphyxiated,
David,
well, we
I'm
can...
such a coward. If she's not home, we'll phone Aunt Louisa. What do we do if she's not at Aunt Louisa's?
Sit and wait for her to come back. Then we'll both give her a piece of our minds for daring to budge out of the house without asking you for express permission.
You make me feel like such a fool. Look, if we find she hasn't slipped in the bathtub or anything, I'll go to the movies with you. And then afterwards we can phone her and she'll be home by then.
It's a deal. Come along.
Sure you don't think I'm silly?
Of course I think you're silly.
Well, I think you're silly, too, for giving in to me, but I
know. You get feelings. No sense in ringing the bell. Move out of my light, buddy. Now, let's see if this is the key.
All keys look alike in the dark. Where's that cat?
Near enough. Claudia, your hands are like ice. There's nothing to be nervous about.
I'm not nervous. David, there's a light in the bedroom.
Well, stop looking so scared. She's probably just gone. Mother!
Mama, you home?
Claudia?
You scared the wits out of us. Where have you been all day?
Can't I have any privacy?
Mommy, you're in bed.
Of course I am. It's 8:30. Time for all nice old ladies to be in bed.
Gesundheit.
I mean, you're sick in bed.
Nonsense. What are you two doing over here anyway? Go on home.
Hold your horses, Mother. Now, what is all this?
Nothing at all. I went to bed early. I have a little cold.
Now, we're getting closer to the truth.
Now, keep out, both of you. There's no need for you catching a cold.
You were all right yesterday. When did this come on?
In the middle of the night.
How much temperature, Mother?
Oh, not much.
How much?
But it's down now. What's the
A
difference?
lot of difference. Why didn't you call me?
I was glad to be rid of you.
You didn't even answer the phone.
No, I was hoping if you didn't get any answer, you'd think I was out.
I guess you,
Scared like a fool. You can't even be trusted.
you didn't feel very much like getting up to the phone, did you, Mother?
Oh, frankly, I didn't, David.
Let's take your pulse.
Oh, now, please don't come too near
Now,
the bed.
quiet. Give me your wrist.
What is it, David?
You're still a little feverish. Do your bones ache, Mother? Any coughing?
Much less than this morning. Very professional, David.
He always wanted to be a doctor.
You make a good one, too.
You're happy tootin', I would.
Where did you get that expression?
It's all his own, isn't it, silly?
Very expressive, though. Now, come on, children. You can open the window a little while you're here and run on home. I'll be fine in the morning, and I'll phone you the first
But,
thing.
Mommy, you should be having fruit juices every 2 hours. And who's going to fix your breakfast and answer the doorbell? Tell me that.
Anybody think that a person never had the flu to hear you two carry on?
And Claudia's right, nevertheless. You can't lie here alone. You ought to have a nurse.
A nurse? Oh, don't be ridiculous. In the first place, you can't get one. They're too scared.
Oh, I think I can get one for you right away.
Really, can you, David?
Yes, the only trouble with her is that she's married. When she comes on a case, she brings her husband along.
Oh, I think I know who you mean. A very pretty girl, very attractive, very bright.
No, you're getting her mixed up with someone else. This girl's husband is very handsome. Very brilliant fellow, too.
Now, look here. I'm not so feverish that I can't guess what you two are trying to hatch up between you, and I will not have it.
Well, we're not asking you any questions, Mrs. Brown. I'm going home now to tell this girl's husband to bring over his shaving stuff and a pair of pajamas.
Hey, tell him to bring his wife's nightgown, too, and her toothbrush. Gosh, we're lucky to have that extra bedroom I used to have before I got married.
Got me so mixed up now, I don't know whether I'm delirious or not. You mean you both intend to sleep here tonight?
Don't be so inhospitable. Darling, you better bring some extra oranges from our icebox.
Mm-hmm. Anything else? How'd you like a little water ice from the drugstore, Mother?
David, you're a mind reader. I've been longing for some all day.
Make mine chocolate, David. Oh, and David, when you go home, turn off all the radiators. It'll be too hot. Hey, and be sure to put the cat out before you leave.
What cat?
That nice little black cat we haven't got.
Sounds like old times. David, you're a bad influence on your wife. Why don't you make her realize that she's married and has a home of her own?
Well, did you ever hear the old saying, circumstances alter cases? Well, this is one of those circumstances, Mother.
You know, there's another old saying that I suddenly remember. A little trite, but awfully true.
What?
What?
Oh, something about not losing a daughter, but gaining a son.
All story material used on this broadcast of Claudia was under the supervision of Rose Franken and William Brown Maloney. Take a tip, lady, from those lucky people who have a Coca-Cola cooler where they work and work refreshed. Why not you, too? All you have to do is reach into the refrigerator in your kitchen, take out a bottle of ice-cold Coca-Cola, and enjoy the pause that refreshes yourself. So make a note to keep Coca-Cola in your icebox all the time for refreshment anytime. Every day, Monday through Friday, Claudia comes to you transcribed with the best wishes of your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. So listen again Monday at the same time. And now this is Joe King saying au revoir, and remember, whoever you are, whatever you do, wherever you may be, when you think of refreshment, think of Coca-Cola. For ice-cold Coca-Cola makes any pause the pause that refreshes. Ironized Yeast presents Lights Out, Everybody. It is later than you think. Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, so if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly but sincerely to turn off your radio now.
This is Arch Oboler. Tonight a strange story about ordinary people. Two girls just like you or your daughter or the girl who works next to you in the office. But first, Frank Martin.
Worried because you're underweight and frazzled out? Miserable because you lack the pep and strength and energy you need these busy days? Well, cheer up. Very possibly you simply need more vitamin B1 and iron than you're getting from your food. And pleasant little ironized yeast tablets supply both of these vital substances. They've been of amazing benefit to thousands with these deficiencies. Gains of glorious new pep and strength and needed pounds within just a few short weeks are nothing unusual. That's right, ironized yeast tablets. And now, lights out, everybody.
Alice, do you think we're still in the United States?
I'm beginning to doubt it.
Are you sure you got the right address?
Of course.
Well, don't be so dogmatic. You have made mistakes.
Sounds as if you're starting to get annoyed.
Well, I am. We've been driving so long, my back feels as if somebody were doing a big apple on it.
Oh, we'll be there soon enough.
You know, Alice, sometimes that calm nature of yours makes me good and tired.
You sound as if you want to quarrel.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just that, well, I looked forward to this vacation for weeks, and now that it's happening, well, it isn't so much fun.
Oh, wait till you get to my Aunt Harriet's. You can curl up in the alfalfa and sleep for days.
Sleep. Oh, that's a lovely word. Just imagine, sleeping as long as you want without having to worry about making an 8 o'clock class.
Oh, perfect.
But are you sure you know where your Aunt Harriet lives?
I've run out of synonyms for her. Of course I do.
Oh, I just like to reassure myself. I certainly hope she has soft bed.
Oh, and that reminds me, you did send her that letter that we're coming.
No. Say that again?
No, I didn't send the letter.
You mean to say that she doesn't even know that we're coming to stay with her?
Well, I decided it'd be more fun if we sort of surprised her.
Well, of all the brainstorms, walking in on somebody you haven't seen for 10 years and expecting her to welcome you.
She's my only aunt, isn't she?
But maybe she won't have room for us.
Don't be silly. I told you Aunt Harriet lives alone and likes it.
Well, maybe she won't like it if we barge in on her.
Don't be silly. Of course we'll be welcome. From what I've heard, she's a little old darling.
When you were 8, she was a darling. For all you know, she's taken the welcome mat in years ago.
Oh.
Wait a minute. Didn't you say we were supposed to go down Camden Road 3 miles?
Yes.
Then you are lost. That sign back there, this isn't Camden Road.
You're silly.
I saw it with my own eyes. It said Pig Snackle Road.
Oh,
there, see that? Pig Snackle Road. You are wrong.
Pig Snackle Road. That's too good to be true.
Are you crazy, laughing at a name of a place when you haven't got any idea where you are and my
Oh,
back...
don't be silly. I'm sure we'll find... Hey, there. There it is.
There's what? The edge of the world?
Oh, no, the crossroad. The entrance to Aunt Harriet's place ought to be just a little bit beyond it.
That's what you say.
Yes, there it is. Here we turn here. Turn.
Hey, wait a minute. What are you trying to do, turn over?
Oh, it won't be long now.
You're telling me. This is no road. It's a cow path.
Aunt Harriet likes privacy.
Oh.
I remember Dad and Mother used to say that.
Another 100 feet on this road, and I won't need a bed. I'll need a stretcher. Come on, slow down. I knew it. What a road. Even the tires couldn't take it.
What do we care? Aunt Harriet's place just a little ways down. We'll walk.
You mean leave the car right here in the middle of the road?
It's Aunt Harriet's own private road. No one will bother it. Oh, come on. Take your bag. Let's get out of here.
Oh, all right. I'm just a stooge.
Come on, let's go. We'll just be in time for dinner.
That's what you think.
What do you mean?
I mean, maybe your Aunt Harriet doesn't like guests who walk in just like that. Hey, Alice, now what are you stopping for?
All right.
I just noticed.
Noticed what?
How dark it's getting.
So what? Come on. When the sun starts setting, it gets dark. I learned that in Physical Science 101.
Yeah, but back there on the road it was so light, and here it's so dark and gloomy.
What's the matter with you? Are you going to take your suitcase and come on, or are you going to stand there being afraid of the dark?
I'm all right.
So many trees around here. No wonder it's dark. If that Aunt Harriet of yours wants privacy, she sure got it. And I hope when we get there, I'll have the same...
Lona.
Now what?
Look at that mist coming up through the trees.
Yeah.
Like long, white, curling fingers.
Oh, stop that, will you? It's just that it's getting late. Colder. Moisture's condensing. Oh, will we ever get there? Riding and walking. Have you actually got an Aunt Harriet? Come on, let's go back.
Wait, Lona, there it is.
Huh? Hallelujah, it is a house. Well, it's about time. It's about time. Knock harder, Alice. Knock harder.
I can't. It hurts my knuckles.
Oh, let me.
She must be home. There's a light upstairs.
And you were going to surprise her, eh?
But she never leaves this place.
Oh, go on. You don't even know that she lives here. A fine business. Car with a flat, stuck in the middle of nowhere. Nobody home in this godforsaken place. Me so tired I could sleep standing on my head.
But she must be home.
You're repeating yourself. Oh, if this is a vacation...
Hey, wait a minute. Wait, there's someone at the door.
Oh, yes.
Yes? Oh, what do you want?
I'm looking for... are you Miss Saugus?
Yes, yes. Oh, what do you want?
Well, then you are Aunt Harriet.
Hallelujah again.
Who's calling me Aunt Harriet? Oh, I say, who are you?
Well, I'm Alice. Alice Preston.
Harriet. Oh, yes, bless my soul. I know you. Come in.
Hallelujah, we're here.
Come in. Close the door.
Oh, Aunt Harriet, you don't know how glad I am to see you. Did we have a time getting here?
Yes. Come right in here. Right in here.
There, Lona. I told you we'd be welcome.
She didn't even ask who I was.
Now, put your things down here and sit down and make yourself comfortable.
Thanks. Aunt Harriet, this is my girlfriend, Lona Stevens. We roomed together at the university, and I asked her to come along with me.
It's all right, my child.
Fine.
It's all right. Anyone's welcome. Anyone at all.
Oh, that's very kind of you, Aunt Harriet. I hope you won't mind my calling you that, but Alice always...
There, my child. It's all right. A name's a name. Now, sit here and be comfortable. I'll get some tea.
Oh, no, really, Aunt Harriet.
Wow. Apparently your Aunt Harriet does what she wants to do.
Doesn't she?
Oh, well, as long as we're here. Like something out of a museum, isn't it?
What?
The house, the furnishings. Look at the chairs and that sofa. Are they prehistoric or are they prehistoric?
Yeah, I didn't think she was so old.
Oh, you mean your aunt?
Yes.
Oh, well, after all, in 10 years, living alone out in this godforsaken place, I sort of think she's nice.
Do you?
Taking us right in and not asking us all sorts of silly questions. That's the kind of relative to have. You know, if I were to go barging in on any of mine, first they'd give me a 3rd degree on how come I was away from school, and then they'd give me another 3rd degree on how long I was going to stay.
Lona.
What's the matter?
Back there in the shadows. What is it?
I don't...
It's something moving.
Why, it's a dog.
Oh?
Why, no, it's a cat.
Cat? It is a cat.
Not a cat. Look at the size of it. Tiger.
Lona, what'll we do?
Don't move. If we do, it'll...
Now, here's your tea, young lady. Nice, warm tea. Just what you need.
Aunt Harriet.
What's the matter? What? Oh, he frightened you.
What is it?
You got eyes, haven't you?
Well, yes,
It's
but I...
It's so dark in that corner, we can't hardly tell. It's not a tiger, is
Don't
it?
talk nonsense.
Oh, what is it?
He shouldn't be here at all. It's much too early for him.
Aunt Harriet, didn't you hear me? I asked you what it is.
Oh, what do you think he is?
Well,
It can't be a cat.
why, he's as big as a police
All
dog.
right. Come upstairs. I'll show you to your room. Now, this way. I'll show you to
Aunt
your
Harriet,
room.
I don't...
Come along. I say, now, come along up these stairs.
Come on, Alice.
Why don't
Come
you?
on, we better do as she says.
All right.
tired, you two. Sleep.
But, Aunt Harriet, how could it be a cat when we...
No more about it. Talk no more about it now. No. We'll talk about that tomorrow morning. In here, my dears. In here.
Come on, Ellen. But why doesn't she answer me?
There, you see. A very comfortable room for both of you to rest in. Nice wide bed. Everything clean.
But, Aunt Harriet, wait just a minute. I want to find out something about that.
Forget it, Alice. Whatever it is, you can find out in the morning.
But that cat...
Oh, cat. Can't you say anything but cat?
It was so huge.
Nothing. Well, we just imagined it, that's all. I mean, there in the shadows it looked monstrous. You heard it. It sounded just like an ordinary tomcat.
But
You didn't see any more than I saw, and I think it was just a long shadow that got us fooled, that's all.
Yes, that could be it. Yeah. Couldn't it?
Of course. You remember in Psych 101 class, old Pudgy Wudgy told us about the tricks your eyes play in bad light when it comes to judging signs.
Yeah, I remember. Local signs, they call it.
Right. Well, that's the way it was with that cat. I'll bet you your Aunt Harriet thinks we're both a little screwy. That's why she got us up here to bed in a hurry. Oh, bed. Isn't that a wonderful word? And will we sleep?
I hope so.
Alice.
What?
You're not sleeping either, are you?
No. I wanted to talk to you for hours, but I wasn't sure.
I thought you were asleep.
Somehow I can't.
Me neither.
I can't understand why.
I'm the one who was crying how tired I was.
The bed's so comfortable.
The house is quiet enough.
The house.
Huh?
Maybe that's why we can't sleep.
What do you mean?
Well, there's something about the house.
What?
Something oppressive that won't let us sleep.
Oh, you're crazy.
No, I'm not.
It's just that we're too tired to sleep, that's all. Yes, that's it. Too tired, nerves on edge.
No, I've been lying here for hours trying to figure it out. Now I know.
Will you stop talking like that?
Don't you feel it, Lona? Don't you?
Well, I...
Tell the truth, you do feel it. It's something heavy in the air, pressing down on us. I'm awfully frightened, Lona. Awfully.
Well, you're not going to frighten me. Why, this is your own Aunt Harriet's house. She's down there sleeping, and she... Oh!
That cat.
Yeah.
It sounds huge, doesn't it?
That's because it's so quiet in the house.
Lona, there's another one. I tell you, there's two of them. Lona, listen to them. They're not ordinary cats. Listen to them.
Ladies and gentlemen, we leave our lights out story of Little Old Lady for just a moment to accompany a young lady who's calling on a friend.
Hey, Sue, how about taking a walk? It's a wonderful day.
Not me. I'm too tired. I don't know where you get all your pep. I'm always tired. I'm losing weight. I can't sleep. What can be wrong with me?
Very possibly you simply need more vitamin B1 and iron. You see, when you don't get enough vitamin B1 from your food, you may lose your appetite, not eat all you need to keep your weight and strength up to par. And when you don't get enough iron from your food, you may be weak and pale and feel frazzled out.
But if I don't get enough of those things from my food, how can I get them?
Ironized yeast tablets supply both vitamin B1 and iron. Thus, ironized yeast helps two ways in these deficiencies. Helps you two ways to regain weight and pep and sparkle. So, if you need more vitamin B1 and iron, get ironized yeast tablets right away. Tonight. See if soon you aren't saying...
Talk about pep. I'm fairly bursting with it now I've regained this nice weight. My, but I'm glad I tried ironized yeast tablets.
And now back to our lights out story of Little Old Lady.
They can't be cats.
I'll call Aunt Harriet. She'll tell me. She'll make them stop. Alice, wait. Don't go out there, you little fool.
Aunt Harriet, I've got
Get away from that door. Listen to those things down there. Listen to them.
No, I can't stand any more of it. Aunt Harriet, make them stop. Aunt Harriet. They've gone.
What were they?
Could two cats make all that noise?
Aunt Harriet, why don't you come in here? No, Alice, don't open that door.
But Aunt Harriet, why doesn't she answer me?
She must know what it's all about. Why doesn't she?
Wait.
What?
Listen.
Someone's coming up the stairs.
Yes.
My Aunt Harriet?
It's not quite like footsteps.
The cat.
Maybe.
The door?
Cats can't open doors?
It's right outside the door.
I can hear, can't I?
Is it a cat?
Of course it is.
You don't think so either, do you?
It's just sitting there.
Yes.
Let it sit there.
I'm so afraid.
When morning comes, we'll get out of here.
Aunt Harriet, why don't you answer me?
Oh, stop that.
There's something outside of our door, Aunt Harriet. We don't know what it is.
What's the use of calling her? She won't answer you.
Why do you say that?
Because she hasn't answered us and she won't.
But she's in the house. She must know.
Wait. Trying to get in.
As long as the door's shut.
We're safe enough.
Aunt Harriet! Oh, please wake up, Aunt Harriet.
No!
What?
Look. Doorknob. It's turning.
Oh.
Alice. Cats can't open doors.
You mean Aunt Harriet? Yes, it must be Aunt Harriet.
She will, and she's trying to open the door. I'll open it for her.
No, Lorna, stay away from that door. I'm afraid. Oh, don't.
Come right in, Aunt Harriet.
Lorna, I've got to get help. I've got to. Oh, my arm. I can't stand pain. I've got to. Oh, it's so thick. I'm lost. And I've got to get help. Someone's got to help me. I'll get help for you. I'll get the help. It's getting bright. It's dawn. If I could only find a path, a road. The bushes tearing my clothes. Why do you tear my clothes? I just want to get help for Lona. I'll get help for you, Lona. I will. Road. An automobile. Help. Stop. You've got to stop. Help me. Please. Oh, help me. Oh, Lorna.
Wait, sister. What's the matter? Who are you?
Help me. Come with me right now.
Now,
Please
take it easy. I'll help you. Sure, I'll help you. I'm sheriff of this county.
Hurry, you must help me.
Now, wait a minute. Please. Are you with the girls who left that car on the side road back in the woods?
Car, yes. Yes, we left our car there.
Oh.
Oh, hurry. Please help me. My friend Lona.
Joe! These are the girls.
Talk,
We found your car in the woods, and we've been looking for you for hours.
Please don't stand there talking. Hurry. We've got to help her. It's killing her.
Killing her? Joe, did you hear what she said?
Oh, talk. Hurry. Hurry and come with me. Please hurry. I beg of you.
All right. Now take it easy, sister. This is the house, ain't it?
Yes. Oh, yes, this is the place.
The old Saugus house. Yeah. Try the door, Joe.
Hurry.
It's open, Sheriff.
Push it.
Let's go.
She's upstairs. She's upstairs.
Nobody down here,
Not
Sheriff.
up here.
All right,
Oh,
let's
don't
get up
let them
there.
hear.
I don't know what this is all about, but I'm soon going to find out.
Lona, we're coming for you. Lona, we're coming. Right.
Hey, what room is it, Sheriff?
Right here, that room. That room right there. Hurry. It's killing her.
Get your gun out, Joe.
Please.
Door's partly open.
Well, just
Okay,
go
kick
in,
it open.
please.
Watch yourself. Careful, Joe.
Lona.
Sheriff! Sister,
Lona.
you stay here.
Lona.
Sheriff, there's nobody in this room.
Lona.
Huh? Look for yourself.
Please.
Well, now, what
Lona. Lona, where are you?
Now, wait a minute, sister. Are you sure that...
Yes. Yes, she was here. Right here. And it came in the door and jumped at her. I turned. I ran. I jumped out of the window.
Hey, this window ain't broke.
But I tell you, I went through it. See? My arm.
Yeah. But there's no one in here.
Oh,
The bed, why, it ain't even messed up.
Oh,
Did you say you two were sleeping, sister?
We were. Oh, no. Where are you? What has it done with you? Aunt Harriet.
Huh?
She'll know. Or has it killed her, too?
Sheriff, come quick, bring the girl. Come along, sister. Joe, what is it? Look in there.
Aunt Harriet.
Old lady sitting on the rocker and knitting.
Oh, Aunt Harriet. Lona, where is she? What happened? Oh, Aunt Harriet, please tell me.
Yeah, tell us all.
And might I ask what this is all about?
Aunt Harriet, what's the matter? Didn't you hear anything? Lona, that horrible cat thing. What did it do to her? Answer me, what did it do?
Would you gentlemen tell me who is this hysterical young girl?
Aunt Harriet.
Now, look here. Don't you know who this girl is?
Certainly do not.
But, Aunt Harriet, I'm Alice. I came here with Lona. Don't you remember?
You must be mistaken. I've been alone all night.
You hear that, Joe?
No, I was here. Lona and I did come here. It's a horrible joke. That's what it is. Aunt Harriet, please tell him you're just joking. Lona, where is she?
I don't know what you're talking about. I never saw you before in all my life.
No. Oh, no, that's not true, Aunt Harriet.
Now, wait a minute. I've had about enough of this out of you, sister. Chasing up here with all that bunkum about cats and killings and all that.
No. Everything.
You better come along with us.
Everything I said to you was true. It was true.
Joe, take her other arm.
No, let go of me.
Come on now.
Please,
Don't
Aunt
raise
Harriet,
a fuss.
don't let them take me away.
Come
Those
on, sister.
horrible cat things. I tell you, there were two of them here.
Come on.
Don't let them take me
Now,
away.
don't mind her, old lady. We'll take care of her.
Yes, take good care of her. Cracked little thing.
Now, come on, sister.
No. Wait. Look at her teeth as she laughs. Look at her teeth.
Mother in heaven, they're cat's teeth. And her hands, they're claws.
No. Stay away from me.
Grab her, Joe. Stop, you.
Let me go.
Stop my
Let me go.
Calling my eyes. Get her, Joe. She's getting away. Joe. Dead.
Oh, Aunt Harriet.
She's no aunt of anything human. I can tell you that. Look at her.
But my Aunt Harriet. Aunt Harriet Saugus.
Saugus? You hear that, Sheriff? Yeah. So you came here thinking she was Mrs. Saugus. Did you, girl?
Yes. Yes, Lona and I. And Lona must be dead now. How could my aunt do what she did? How could she?
This thing is no aunt of yours, child. Your Aunt Harry saw this. Died in this house 3 years ago. And she left 2 cats.
My dear Mr. Oboler.
Oh, come, Frank. Don't tell me you don't believe tonight's story.
Should I?
Frank, did you ever hear of lycanthropy?
The who?
Lycanthropy. I was looking it up just then. That's why I didn't answer you. It's a form of illusion in which the person imagines he's a wolf.
Oh, yeah. Main Street's full of them.
Seriously. Only a handful of years ago, it was the firm belief of many people that certain human beings could turn into animals. But more of that in just a moment.
Friends, if more vitamin B1 and iron is all you need to help build yourself up, get ironized yeast tablets. Of course, there are cases where a rundown condition may be due to other causes. If in doubt, see your doctor. But if vitamin B1 and iron shortage is your trouble, remember, ironized yeast has been so successful in such cases that it's sold on this no-risk, money-back basis. If you don't begin to eat better, to look and feel stronger, peppier, and more alive, the cost of the first bottle will be refunded to you in full by ironized yeast, Box IY, Rahway, New Jersey. Now, Mr. Oboler, what about those wolves? Do you think that people can turn into wolves
and poor fish? No. But under certain provocations, the human mind can certainly transform itself into many peculiar forms. Even we who are normal, haven't we met women who are catty, men who are brave as lions, and others who made you wonder whether they were men or mice? But even if you've had some doubt about people turning into animals, there's no doubt about what waste kitchen fats turn into. Oh, what a transition. But seriously, what every American wants is the news that Berlin has fallen, that the stars and stripes are flying over Tokyo. And ladies, you, Mrs. Johnson, wrote me last week, and you, Mrs. Stauffer, and all the rest of you. There is a vital part which only you can play in that final victory. Only you can furnish the kitchen fats which are needed so desperately to make explosives. Now, with the loss of most of our sources of supply in the Pacific, Uncle Sam must look to you for the fats our plants must have. You and only you can supply them. Now, you say you can't save enough to count now that meat and fats are rationed? Then listen to this.
As little as 1 tablespoon of fat a day amounts to a pound in a month. That pound of waste fat will send to Hitler and Hirohito with your compliments a half pound of dynamite, 10 rounds from an airplane cannon, 4 anti-aircraft shells. And mind you, the government doesn't want them until they're too dark or too strong for your further use. Then and only then, pour them into a smooth-edged can, sell them to your butcher, and within 3 weeks' time, they'll be in a munitions plant on their way to the fighting fronts to do their vital share for victory. Make your waste kitchen fats to your butcher the first thing tomorrow morning, so our boys can give your answer to the Japs and Nazis at the earliest possible moment.
Now, Frank, let's talk about next week's story. Next week, just an experiment, an entirely different type of lights-out story. An entirely different approach. There's love and a boy and a girl in it. Now, it's a story I did a very long time ago to a rather limited audience. And I know that you, 13 millions who listen to Lights Out, will enjoy The Ugliest Man in the World next week.
Yes, tune in next Tuesday again for Arch Oboler's eerie story, The Ugliest Man in the World. And if you need more vitamin B1 and iron, be sure to try ironized yeast. But remember, there's only one ironized yeast. You'll know it instantly by the yellow and orange package and by the big letters IY on the container and on each tablet.
It's only the beginning of the white shoe season, but it's never too soon to start caring for your white shoes to keep them in good wearing condition. So clean your shoes with Energine Shoe White. It's made with the very whitest pigment obtainable, only the very whitest. It spreads over shoes evenly, dries easily, helps keep your shoes looking their whitest and best longer. So buy Energine Shoe White. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
About this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in Spine Chillers. The Creaking Door. The manufacturers of State Express 3.5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door. Good evening, friends of The Creaking Door. The Creaking Door is opening, so do come in. Oh no, you won't need that. Once you're through the creaking door, you'll realize that everyone who enters here leaves their mind behind. Move in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today. With his hands clasped in front of him, the cord from his dressing gown trailing across the highly polished surface of the floor, Oliver Carsons walks in his slippered feet, up and down, with soft, measured tread, his lips moving silently as though in supplication. A voice stabs at his consciousness like a sharp knife.
Not in bed yet, Mr. Carson.
What? Oh, it's you. Yes, I'm going.
Well, sleep well. Pleasant dreams.
Yes, thank you.
Good night, then. Sleep well.
Stay awake. That's the only answer. Think of those who love me, want to protect me. Think of
Auntie May, for instance.
You're here?
I told you last night I'd be here.
Last night was a dream, a nightmare. You came into my mind.
And now?
Please, leave me alone. 3 nights you've been standing there grinning at me with ashen white face, those large eyes, hot coals of fire, as though you were going to burn right through to my very soul.
You must pay for your crime.
It wasn't a crime. It isn't true what you keep telling me.
No. Let me remind you.
Oliver, it's getting later. I must go back.
Sally,
Oliver, please, Oliver, behave yourself.
You know how I feel about you, Sally.
Stop it. Oliver! Oh!
Come back. Come back, Sally. I'm not going to hurt you. I love you.
Hurting me. Oh, let me go. Please let me go.
I worship you.
Oh.
You know that. Sally.
Please, Oliver. We were such good friends. Don't spoil everything.
You and I are the only two beings left in this world made for each other.
No.
Yes.
No.
are you going to do?
Look at these hands. Huh? Give me your wrists.
They're as cold
as death?
No. No. Auntie May! Auntie May!
Oliver, my boy. What is it?
He's...
Oh, you're not having one of your nightmares again, are you, Oliver?
He was going to kill me.
Oh, my poor boy. You're imagining these things.
He was here, I tell you. You must believe me.
Dear Oliver, my dear boy, what am I going to do with you? There's no one here. My room's next door. I rushed as soon as I heard you shout. No one left by your bedroom door. The window's bolted and barred. You must have been dreaming.
But Auntie May, yourself, I haven't been to sleep.
This man, you say, that visits you in the middle of the night. What does he look like?
He's tall, with a long, thin face. His skin's drawn tight. His face is almost like a skull. His eyes are like two pieces of black coal set against a yellow flame. When he points his finger at you, it's as though a piece of white steel...
Oh, really, Oliver, white steel indeed. Now you try and get some sleep.
Please don't leave me. Please, Auntie May.
I promise not to leave you until you're fast asleep.
But supposing he...
Now do what your Auntie May says.
Yes, you're the only one that can help me.
Now, that's right. Now just relax. Relax. Relax.
You're so good to me. I don't know what I'd do without you. You don't think it's true what he said? I didn't kill Sally.
Hush. You see. Of course you didn't. Very idea. She's gone away.
Hello, Oliver.
Sally, you're here.
Why, whatever's the matter?
Well, where have you been? They told me you'd gone away. I thought... Oh, Sally, why did you go away without saying goodbye?
I was only going for a week. Besides, you were very naughty that day on the cliff.
When you ran away from me, I didn't know where to find you. Oh, Sally, it's good to see you. He said that I... He thought you were dead.
Dead? Oliver, what on earth are you talking about?
This man, he came here. Oh, I've been so worried.
Oh, Oliver, darling, that's why you're looking so hollow-eyed and so pale and drawn.
Oh, yes, because I thought I'd lost you forever.
Somehow, I felt that you were calling to me, that you needed me.
I do, Sally. You'll never know what this visit means to me.
It won't be the last. I know I acted a little foolishly running away from you, but we'd only known each other just over a week.
Just one little kiss, that's all I want.
Here. Better?
Better? Oh, Sally, you worked a miracle. I don't know who he was or what he was. Whether it was in my imagination or... Well, who cares? You've banished him forever.
Sleep well, Oliver.
Everything?
Huh? What? You lied to me. You said I killed her. Well, she loves me.
How can a corpse love? Where will it draw its warmth? You won't be able to love once you pay your debt.
You've got it all wrong. You're a liar. Sally's not dead. She's alive. I spoke to her today. She kissed me. She loves me.
Loves you?
Yes, loves me. I don't know why I listened to you in the first place. Who are you? Are you real? Are you flesh and blood? Why do you want to torment me? What have I ever done to you?
Do you want to know whether I'm flesh and blood? Who I am? What I am? You'll know soon enough. And when you do, it will be your last piece of knowledge on Earth. Here. Take my hand.
No.
Go on, clasp it. I thought you said you weren't afraid anymore.
No, I'm not afraid, but your hand looks so cold and damp. All right. I'll clasp your hand. Perhaps I'll find you're not real. Your hands are cold as death. Yes. Death. Are you dead? Have you come to claim me now? Just when I've learned that Sally loves me?
I'm not death. I'm Death's agent. And this is my last visit.
But why must I die?
Because of what you did to Sally.
But she's alive. She's alive, I tell you. Look, I'll call someone. We'll get Sally over here.
Now, at 3 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, she won't mind. She'll do anything for me. She loves me. She said so.
Where are you going?
I'll call Auntie May.
It's locked. You always lock your door at night, remember?
You came into my room through a locked door.
Through a locked door, through the thick walls, through the shuttered windows. Does it matter?
You'll see. I'll prove to you that Sally's still alive.
Come away from that door.
No, I'm going to prove to you. Let me alone.
This is my last visit. You must be prepared to...
You're strangling me. Auntie May! Auntie May!
It's no good calling for your Auntie May.
Oh, yes, it is. Take your hands away from his throat.
Auntie May, thank heaven you're here.
There, Oliver. He won't touch you as long as I'm here. Now, you go back into bed. I'll deal with this thing, whatever it is.
You'd better take care.
Don't you, frightening this poor man out of his wits. Get back into bed, Oliver. You'll catch your death of cold.
Death of cold.
You'll be laughing on the other side of your face by the time I've done with you. Coming here, disturbing people in the middle of the night. What's your game? What are you really after?
Him. He's forfeited the right to live.
He's my nephew. He's only 28 years of age. A decent, hard-working man. At least he was until you came and tried to destroy him. Why?
I've already told you why. The girl, Sally...
But she's alive. I keep telling you. You know she's alive, don't you, Auntie May?
Of course. I spoke to Sally after she visited you this morning.
You're lying. You're lying to save your nephew. She's dead, I tell you. Dead because of his brutal lust.
How dare you? Oliver, you stay here. I'm going to get the police.
The police? What are the forces of the police against us? Could they go through that locked door, that bolted and barred window?
We'll soon see about that.
No, don't, Auntie. Don't leave me. If you go, he'll...
Well, perhaps you're right. Look out at the window. See that golden glow on the horizon. Soon it will be dawn. And if this thing is really from another world, he will have to go before the sun appears.
What's the good of that? He'll come back again. Had you not come in when you did, I'd have been...
You would have paid the penalty for your sins.
Then we'll all sit here until the dawn.
In world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5 today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders, and the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Smooth in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5 today.
Lying there on his bed, with his Aunt May sitting at his side. And the ghost, is he still there? Or has he gone to find his aunt?
Wake up, Oliver. Wake up. He's gone. Oliver. Oliver, wake up. Look, the sun is high in the sky. Let's open the window.
No, please don't do that, Auntie May. He's...
Yes, he's gone. Oh, thank goodness you're all right. I'm ashamed to say I dozed off, and when I opened my eyes, he wasn't here anymore. Heavens, I have a lot to do. Why don't you get up and take a walk in the sun?
Yes, I think I will. Now that Sally's all right.
That's a good boy.
But what about...
Don't you worry about him. Now, as soon as you've had your morning tea, go out and get some fresh air.
Yes, I will, Auntie May.
Good, and I'll see you later.
Auntie May, the door's locked. I'll unlock it. Auntie May! Auntie May, where are you? How did you get out? How did you get out of this door?
Mr. Carson, what's going on? Oh, good gracious me, now look at you. Oh, here, let me help you get into bed.
How did you get in here? The door was locked. I thought it was locked.
Oh, dear, into bed you go. That's it. Oh, now look at the state this pillow's in. There. Now, don't you move.
But I was going out in the sun.
Later. You look so pale. I'm going to get Dr. Ratcliffe to look at you. Now, please, Mr. Carson, just stay where you are.
All right.
You know where she's gone, don't you? She's gone to get Dr. Ratcliffe. That's what she said. But you and I know who's coming to see you. And you and I know why.
Oh, wait. Stop torturing me.
Torturing? Torturing you? Don't you deserve to be tortured?
No.
You haven't got your Auntie May with you now, have you?
But they said you wouldn't come here when it's light.
Who says I'm here, as you call it?
Huh?
Can you see me? Look around you. I'm not anywhere. I'm not anywhere, am I? And yet I am. You know where I am. In your mind. In your mind.
Help me!
Hypodermic. Yes, Doctor. He's very bad.
To be expected. Oh, when the staff to resist the drug, you know.
Doctor.
Thank you. Roll up his sleeve, will you? Yes. That should keep him under for a few hours. I think we've reached the crisis we've been waiting for.
Poor chappie. He looks so lost and helpless.
True. But I think that if our treatment is successful, he's going to have an interesting story to tell.
Auntie May? Auntie May?
So you're awake, Carson.
But you're...
Yes, Dr. Ratcliffe. You've been having rather a bad time the last few days. How are you feeling now?
Auntie May, she...
Carson, for your own sake, we have to bring you down to reality. Huh? When you first came to the sanatorium, you were under heavy sedation. Then we reduced the amounts, because we can never hope to cure any form of mental sickness unless we get at the cause.
And you know what the cause of yours is, don't you?
No. No, I'm not sick. I want my Auntie May.
Now, listen to me, Carson. We're either going to put you on the path of recovery in the next few days, or you'll go into a home for the incurably insane. Which is it to be?
She was here. She stopped him from torturing.
Your Auntie May died when you were 6 years old. From that time on, she's been the only image you've ever had of warmth and comfort and security. But all your life, you've been living in a dream world, running away from people, inventing fantasies when you were alone in your own little room. But this last business, it was then that your brain snapped. You've got to get rid of your sense of guilt.
It isn't true. She'll come back. Auntie May...
You were charged with criminally assaulting this girl's son.
No,
and throwing her unconscious body from the top of Beacon Hill.
I didn't. She's alive, I tell you. She's alive. She loved me. She loved me. She came to see me.
She couldn't have done. Because she's dead now. Did you throw her deliberately, or was it an accident?
It was an accident. I just wanted to tell her I loved her. She slipped.
Well done. She slipped. But she's dead. You were charged with her murder, and you were found not guilty.
Yes, they said I didn't do it. But he tortures me. He put his hands on my wrist. They were ice cold, like death.
Oh, handcuffs.
Yes.
My compliments to Detective Sergeant Hinchcliffe, nurse. Tell him I'd be grateful if he'd come to the sanatorium. I need his help.
Yes, Doctor.
Carson's, 4 nights ago we gave you EST treatment. You've been having a bad time, but I think we're going to put you right. Now, you were charged and you were found not guilty.
I told the truth in court. He doesn't believe me.
We're going over the evidence of that day, of how you laughed and made love, and she ran out and her foot slipped and... And so it was an accident. And so you don't need any Auntie Mays to protect you. No one is punishing you except yourself.
Keep him away! Keep him away!
Come on in, Sergeant.
Sergeant?
Sergeant Hinchcliffe, you spent many hours interrogating Mr. Carson.
Yes, I did, sir.
You accused him of killing that girl.
Yes, but it's all over now. The court found him innocent.
You think that I'm innocent?
Of course I do, Mr. Carsons. Now that the court has found you innocent, well, I accept that.
Is he the apparition that's been visiting you?
Yes. But I don't understand.
Sergeant, do you solemnly promise to leave this young man alone from now on?
Of course, but I don't quite understand how...
Come with me, Sergeant. Just stay with Mr. Carson, please, will you, nurse? Yes, it was good of you to come down.
Poor chap. Is he any better?
I think so. We managed to bring all his fears and fantasies into the open.
When he collapsed in the courtroom after being found not guilty, he kept calling for his Auntie May. I did try to get the address out of him.
That's one of the things that triggered him off. She died when he was a child. He's always been something of a neurotic.
Fancy his brain snapping just like that.
His guilt was too great to bear.
Do you think he really killed her? That the verdict was wrong?
It's not for me to pass judgment. I don't believe that he deliberately threw her from Beacon Head. On the other hand, I don't believe that she was a willing party to his advances. I believe that this miserable, loveless character frightened the girl with his overtures, that she ran away from him, slipped, and plunged to her death. On the other hand, I believe he lied to the court when he said she was a willing party to their lovemaking. And that lie has festered in his mind ever since. And that's what has caused his brain to snap. But I think he'll be all right now.
Get away from me! Doctor! No!
Oh, I wanted a little loud. Well, Doctor, it seems as though you're wrong.
Judging by that girl's scream, they're going to find Oliver Carson's a much more difficult nut to crack than they thought. Still, when he starts calling for his Auntie May again, and they give him up as hopeless, we'll make room for him here, behind the creaking door.
World class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders, and the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Smooth in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
This is your host back again. Just a reminder of our rendezvous next week. Where are we going? Through the creaking door, of course.
The manufacturers of State Express 3.5 Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock when they will again present The Creaking Door.
And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Tonight, it's the Whistler's strange story, The Big Prison.
It was more than a nightmare. The sound, the images flashing across the black background of his mind were too real, too terrifying. At first, nothing was clear to him, but gradually he seemed to be back in Ketchikan, Alaska, his mind going over and over that first chance meeting with Willard Crofton. pompous, jovial, boring Willard Crofton. There was the long, tiresome trip to Crofton's lodge. The days, the weeks wasted looking for game that just wasn't there. And always Crofton, with his foolish jokes and his guns, shoving another highball into your hand, and another. Then suddenly in a rush, it all comes back to you, like acid in nitroglycerin. The memory of those last wild moments at the lodge explodes in your mind.
All right, Crofton, all right. I've had enough. Do you hear me?
No, see here, Levinson. I picked you up at Ketchikan and brought you here because I thought you'd be good company. But if you think I'm going to pay you a passage all the way back to the States...
That's exactly what I think. I've listened to your silly chatter for a month. Now I'm going to get out of Alaska, even if I have to...
Oh, no. No, John, look. You've been drinking too much. Your fingerprints will be all over that gun. John, put it down. Put the gun down.
Then it's gone, in a red flash. The nightmare, the vision, the spinning, dizzy, sick feeling. You open your eyes and you know it's all real. You discover yourself lying fully clothed on a bed in a hotel room, with the morning sun streaming in the window. But before complete panic can overtake you, you're stopped by the sound of voices. Real words from real people coming in over the open transom.
I tell you, Joe, the telegram's addressed to Willard Crofton.
And I'm telling you he's still asleep. I'm not going to wake him up until it's almost time for his train.
But the wire's marked deliver personal, and we're supposed to...
Now, look, I'll deliver it personally when he wakes up. What difference does it make?
Don't ask me. I don't make the rules. You're sure it's Mr. Crofton in there?
Sure it is. I've never seen the guy, but he came in drunk late last night.
Well, I got an idea. Let's look at the register.
No, it won't do any good. He was too stiff to hold a pen in his hand. Something really had the guy going.
Huh. You know, maybe to be sure, I ought to go on out to that guy's hunting lodge, and if this is the wrong guy
Now,
out here...
Look. Why make the trip for nothing? He bought his car. Go out and check the registration. Then if it is Crofton, leave the wire with me, and I'll deliver it for you as soon as he wakes up.
You're on your feet now, Tom, piecing it all together, weaving dizzily over to the dresser, wincing at what you see in the mirror. Then your eyes drop down and you grow tense at what you see. Greenbacks all over the place. Crofton's wallet, his papers, his railroad and steamer ticket.
Well, it's Crofton's car, all right, Joe.
Yeah. Didn't I tell you? Just leave the rest to me.
Son of a gun, I don't know that... The telegram still says deliver personal to Willard Crofton.
Okay. All right, be a sap if you want to. Go on. Make the trip all the way out to the lodge.
You cling to the edge of the dresser. For the first time, the full realization hits you. If that messenger goes out to the lodge, you know what he'll find, John. Crofton dead on the floor. And a dozen wide-open clues pointing straight at you. You begin to think clearly and rapidly. What you need is time. Time to get out of Alaska before the body is discovered. And there's one way to do it. One way that Crofton's lodge might go undisturbed until spring. You tense yourself and take the plunge.
Someone out there looking for Crofton?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm Crofton. What is it? Oh, a telegram for you, Mr. Crofton. Marked, deliver personal. Okay, just a minute. Well? Oh, yeah. Here's your telegram, sir.
We're sorry to disturb you, sir, but we weren't sure you were Crofton.
Who else would I be?
Well, I don't know, sir. It's 8:15, Mr. Crofton. Your train leaves at 9 sharp, you know.
Yeah. Don't worry. I'll be on that train. The Whistler.
It's only now that the full force of it hits you. The thing so many men have felt about the North in years gone by. For the guilty, Alaska is a gigantic prison where the only real avenue of escape is the south. The railroad to Skagway, the sea lanes beyond, all carefully policed by watchful eyes. You have only one hope now to escape this Alaskan prison before Willard Crofton's body, with all the evidence pointing to you, is discovered. Going back to cover up would be too dangerous. And that means 5 terrible days traveling on Crofton's ticket. 1 by train to Skagway, 4 by boat to Vancouver. 5 days in a trap that may be sprung at any moment.
Yes? Mr. Crofton, the garage man is outside about the car.
Oh, well...
Is it ready?
Ready?
To be put up for the winter.
Oh, yes. Tell him to go ahead.
Ah, good. Oh, your baggage is in the lobby.
Oh, yes. Have it taken to the station, will you? Oh, here you are.
Thank you.
How long till train time?
Oh, let's see. Just about 30 minutes.
Well, I'm a little tired. Guess I'll wait here till just before the train leaves.
How about some breakfast?
No, I'm afraid there's not that much time. We'll have lunch at Bennett anyway. I'll wait till then.
Well, it's up to you. But knowing the White Pass and Yukon Railroad like I do, I'd never leave Whitehorse with an empty stomach.
And somehow, by a miracle, it works, John. A last-minute dash to the train. The creaky ride to Carcross. Then lunch at Bennett. And the dizzy, winding descent to the little village of Skagway, nestled under their glacier at the water's edge. You tell yourself the worst is over. Then there's no reason for anyone to go to Crofton's cabin. No reason why the body won't lie there undisturbed until spring, 6 long months away. You begin to relax in Skagway as you walk up to the steamship clerk to check your reservation.
There, now, let me see. Let's see your ticket, sir.
When does the boat leave?
Tonight at 7. Oh, well, Crofton.
Huh?
You remember me, Jim Carroll. I talked to you on the way up. You came in about 3 weeks ago, didn't you?
Yeah, but could you...
Sure. You were with another fella. Or, see, now, wait a minute. I guess it was your pal I talked to.
Yeah, it must have been.
By the way, where is he?
He decided to stay up there for a while.
Oh, well, now, that's funny. He told me he was due back on the States in a few weeks.
The guy can change his mind, can't he?
Oh, sure he
Fix
can.
up the tickets, will you?
Oh, say, I know why he's staying up there. Why, sure I do.
What do you mean?
Your partner, Mr. Crofton. Didn't he let you know?
My partner?
William. I got a reservation wire here. He's due next Monday on the Nora. Going up to the lodge for a fling at the hunting racket himself.
Oh, that. Well, yeah, he sent me a wire about that. When does he get here?
Monday. He'll be up at your lodge by Tuesday night. You think you might change your plans, Mr. Crofton? I just can't...
No. One of us has to be on the job. What time do I get down to Vancouver?
Well, leaving tonight, you'll be there Monday around 5 in the afternoon.
That's okay. Fix up the ticket.
Say, that's a funny one, isn't it? That is a funny one. You and your partner will pass each other on the way. Ships that pass in the night.
Fix up the ticket, will you? I am in a hurry.
Sure, Mr. Cross. I'll fix it for you.
Well, John, it's going to be a race now. It's a grim kind of a race. As you move southward on the Louise to Vancouver and Freedom, as Crofton's partner comes north on the Princess Nora over the same route, bound for that cabin and the awful discovery that awaits him there. And if that happens before you reach Vancouver, John, if he arrives while you're still impersonating the dead man, one quick radiogram, and it'll be all over. And you, John, the murderer of Willard Crofton, will be apprehended in a matter of minutes on a ship at sea with no escape. part of it's over, John. The vessel moves out into Lynn Canal. The lights of Skagway recede into the night. You leave your cabin, manage to have dinner alone, and then slip back out to the deck, find a chair, and lean back to rest for the first time in more than a day. You're tired now, terribly tired, and you're thankful for the darkness, the soothing slap of the water against the sides of the ship. And then...
Well, Mr. Crofton, mind if I sit down? No. That's the Crofton of Crofton Williams, isn't it? I saw your name on the passenger list. Quite a surprise. Oh? Yes, I've dealt with you people for some time now. Nearly 15 years. Well, I'm Dr. Prentice. Alaska Medical Mission. Oh, it's a real pleasure, Doctor. I could tell you some stories about the things your medical supplies have done for us up here. Saved a lot of lives, Crofton. Fine. Oh, you better hurry if you want dinner. That's the last call. I don't believe I'll eat anything, thanks. Haven't been feeling too well. Oh, seasick? No. Oh, touch of cold, I think. Slight temperature. If I took my own advice, I'd be in my stateroom. You going to Vancouver? Yes. I have to get back. Give my partner a chance for vacation. Good. Vacation. Oh, that's what I need. You know, I really better turn in. Will you excuse me? Of course, Doctor. It's nice to talk to you. Thanks. It was a pleasure meeting you at last after doing business all these years. I'll try to make dinner with you, Crofton. Perhaps tomorrow evening. Fine, Doctor, fine. Good night.
But fortunately, the doctor keeps to his cabin for the next few days. And you're alone now at the rail of the Princess Louise as she slides into the dock at Ketchikan.
Oh, Stewart. Yeah. How long do we tie up here in Ketchikan? About an hour. I think I'll go ashore. Stroll around a bit. Everybody does. Both boatloads. Oh? Yes, sir. That's the Princess Nora there at the dock. Nora? That's right. She's headed right back where we came from. Anyone aboard, you know? You got plenty of time to see. No, there isn't. Anyway, I've changed my mind. I'm going to stay aboard.
The hour in Ketchikan seems like 10 years, John. It's ironic, isn't it? You and Williams in the same town. Williams on his way north, where he'll find his partner murdered. You on your way south to find freedom with a slim slice of time. Only a few hours still tipping the balance in your favor. Then finally the tension eases a little, and you stand at the stern rail of the Princess Louise. Watch the Nora back slowly out of the harbor, steam away toward the north. Then...
Strange, isn't it? Huh? Watching a boat move away like that gives you a lost, empty feeling.
Oh, I didn't see him.
It's like being separated from someone in a crowd. You wonder if you'll ever see them again.
Yes, it is something like that.
And that boat going where this one came from. Well, what's it like there? In Skagway, I mean.
Oh, did you just come aboard?
Yes, this is the farthest north I've been.
Well, it's much the same. Not as many people.
You live there?
No, Vancouver.
Oh.
Seattle.
You know someone there?
No, I don't.
I come from a large family. We have relatives in Vancouver, too. You know anybody named Lockwood?
Lockwood?
As I say, I come from a large family. Oh, you going inside?
Yes, excuse me. It's the wind. My boat is dangerous.
You're trembling inside as you hurry away, aren't you, John? Yes, because it suddenly came home to you. This girl from Seattle. She's someone you know. Someone who knows you. You're thankful for the darkness at the ship's rail. But now, in some pretense, you've got to remain in your stateroom for the next 2 days, until the boat reaches Vancouver.
Stewart, if you don't mind, I'd like my breakfast served here in my stateroom this morning.
Hey, right, sir. Are you feeling all right?
Nothing serious.
If you'd like the ship's doctor...
No. I tell you, it's nothing serious. I'm just playing safe.
Yes, sir. I'll bring you breakfast right away.
told the spirit it wasn't necessary. It was my idea, Mr. Crofton. See here, Doctor, I'm not seriously ill. There's no need
Now,
for you.
Mr. Crofton, that's what I'm here for. You're just like all the rest of them.
Here, now, let me take your pulse. Might as well get your temperature, too.
A sense of anger mixes with fear as the doctor stands over you. Above all, you can't have him meddling, telling you to get out on deck. As he turns away for a moment, you remember his first conversation. Something about a touch of cold, a slight temperature. Your eye strikes the pot of hot coffee on the tray right next to your bed. And an idea comes to you that almost makes you laugh out loud. It's so simple, isn't it, John? To take the thermometer from your mouth, dip it for an instant in the coffee, and put it back before the doctor turns. And you know in advance what he'll say.
Now, Mr. Crofton, if you'll let me take a look. 102. Mr. Crofton, I'd say you should stay right in bed for a while. Nothing serious? I don't think so. However, I'm glad I checked. Sorry I was short with you, Doctor, and don't you worry. I'll stay right here till we dock.
It's almost over. The nightmare from which you've never really awakened. It's a real frightening thing, this delicate schedule you've been forced to follow. Just 12 hours from now, the body of Willard Crofton will be discovered at his hunting lodge near Whitehorse. And only moments later, the wires will be crackling with orders for your arrest as the murderer. But that's 12 hours from now, John. And long before that, you'll be off the ship, miles out of Vancouver on your way to a safe hiding place. Yes, John, Alaska was a big prison, but you've escaped. In just a few minutes, you'll walk down the gangplank on schedule, safe and free.
Yes, steward, come in. My baggage is on... Oh, Doctor, look, it was nice of you to come again, but I told the steward I was feeling much better.
He told me. Just the same, I thought I'd better take that temperature of yours again.
But really, Doctor,
Oh, come now. It'll only take a moment.
I tell you that
Under the tongue. That's it. Mouth shut.
Sometimes I think that's the best part of being a doctor. Telling people to keep their mouths shut and making them like it.
Oh, better get that pulse, too. Not bad at all. A little rapid, but that could be nerves. All right, let's have a look at that thermometer.
Look, Doctor, I was trying to tell you this is all foolishness. I'm feeling fine.
Yeah.
What's the matter? Nothing. Quite the contrary. Your temperature's normal again. And I don't mind telling you I'm greatly relieved.
Well, relieved?
That's right. Of course, with no temperature, you're free to go anywhere you like aboard the ship.
Aboard the ship? Wait a minute. What are you getting at?
Well, you really did it with that fever of yours. Made me suspicious. And I checked the number of the other passengers.
Why? What about them?
Too bad, but I'm afraid one of them picked up a case of smallpox somewhere in Alaska. Might have slipped past me if it hadn't been for you. Now we'll all be held in quarantine. Remain on the ship for the next 48 hours.
HFC, Household Finance Corporation, presents The Whistler.
I am the Whistler. And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, The Whistler, brought to you by the 423 branch offices of HFC, Household Finance Corporation, throughout the United States and Canada. When you've heard tonight's strange story, I think you'll agree that The Whistler is one of radio's top mystery programs. And, folks, I think you'll also agree that one of the most important assets you have is good credit. Now, many times good credit is difficult to keep, particularly when seasonal bills pile up. Why not protect your credit by paying all your bills promptly? Should you need extra cash to do so, remember,
HFC means Household Finance Corporation. Read it.
And now, The Whistler's strange story, The Stolen Chance.
They made an impressive couple as they moved in perfect rhythm around the crowded dance floor. And no one was more aware of this than Charles Vaughan himself. He liked to think of it that way. He and Edith as perfect partners. And he hoped that it would go on and on, that there would be much more than country club dances and cocktail parties for them to share.
What are you thinking, Charles?
That you're beautiful? That I could go on dancing like this forever?
Why don't we?
You know perfectly well. I have to be on the job right now.
Charles, there's something I'll never understand.
What?
How can you tie yourself to the dull routine of a draftsman's table when you
don't need the job?
I mean it, Charles.
You wouldn't want me to be a playboy, would you?
Yes.
No, you don't mean that. No, I'm sorry, dear. It's something that, well, it's just part of me.
A draftsman's table?
No, it's more than that.
I'm teasing, Charles. It's only that, we could do so many things together.
I know. And we will, Edith. I promise. Well, dear, it's really time for me to be leaving now.
Charles, it's the last day.
Oh, I'm sorry, but it's late and I have
to... Are you going to turn into a pumpkin? Oh, what is it, Charles? Why are you always leaving early when we go somewhere?
I told you, Edith, my work.
Your work? But, Charles, I'm supposed to be a very attractive girl. You're not at all flattering.
But you are,
You leave early. You never let me drive you home.
Well, I'll take a cab again, dear. I don't want to bother you.
Do no such thing. I have a perfectly good car and a chauffeur. I'm driving you home.
All right, Edith, if you insist.
I do. Right after the last dance. So this is where you live, Charles.
This is where I live.
Well, at last I discovered the lion's lair. Very nice.
It's comfortable, Edith.
The best apartment in town, and he says it's comfortable.
I really must go in, Edith. I'm meeting Gerber early tomorrow.
Gerber. Must I always hear about that man?
He's a very brilliant man, a great aviation engineer.
If you knew how often you said that.
I'm sorry, but really, Gerber is...
No more Gerber for baby. Kiss me. Good night, Charles.
Good night, dear. Well...
Call me tomorrow?
Don't I always?
Always. Good night, darling.
Yes, Charles, you always call Edith, but mainly because you don't want her calling you. You watch as her big car moves away from the curb and rounds the corner out of sight. Then you turn, glance toward the fancy grilled entrance to Grosvenor Arms. For a moment you stand there thinking, then start walking slowly, breathing in the crisp night air, enjoying it until you reach another neighborhood. It's a strange thing about New York, isn't it, Charles? How a few short blocks can make such a difference. The thought is turning over in your mind as you enter the hotel where you really live and move up to the desk.
The guy sidles up to me and starts into that routine about doing some important work.
Important work there at the lab.
Yeah, and I tell him, if he don't pay...
Uh-oh.
Well, if it ain't our Mr. Vaughn now. And what can I do for you, Mr. Vaughn?
You can give me my key. That is, if I'm not interrupting an important conversation.
Get him, Sammy. He wants his key.
Yeah, and after what you Look, I said I want my key. I live here, remember?
You lived here. We don't carry nobody on the books.
All right. You're going to bring up the subject of the rent. I told you I'd pay tonight.
Only you got some excuse.
I've got the money. You just give me time to give it to you. Here. 30, 35, 37.50, and I want a receipt for it, too.
I now believe in Santa Claus.
Just put the receipt in my box and give me the key.
Sure. But next time, try being on time.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, sure, I know. Because you're getting that big promotion. Well, I still want to see the cash.
Look, you're paid up through the week. Simply because I'm a few days late once in a while.
Once in a while, he says. Wearing $80 suits, but he's always late paying for an $8 room.
Yeah.
What a way to live.
Yeah. What do you know about living?
Maybe nothing, but I know a four-flusher when I see one.
Yes, Charles, the hotel where you really live. A frightening contrast from Grosvenor Arms, but so much more practical under the circumstances. You could never get by with your Playboy masquerade on your draftsman salary, not and live anywhere else. Only $8 a week, Charles. The rest going for fine clothes, entertainment. All the requirements for winning a girl like Edith Seto. She's everything to you, isn't she, Charles? A beautiful symbol, moving in the world toward which you've always strived and wanted more than anything else. Yes, you have to have Edith, Charles. And you know that somehow, some way, you'll manage it. Only for now, the important thing is the job the two of you are always laughing about, the promotion. Actually, you need that promotion, Charles. Need it badly if you're going to continue towards your goal. And that's why as you enter the office of Alex Gerber the following morning, it's the only thing on your mind.
Well, good morning, Charles.
Morning, Alex.
I'm glad you're in early. I have news for you. Sit down.
Oh, what is it, Alex? Did I get the promotion?
Promotion? What are you talking about?
Oh, now, please, Alex, don't joke with me. The head draftsman's job, it's mine, isn't it?
Oh, that? No, Charles, of course it isn't. I told Graham myself that you were too good for the job. I believe he gave it to Randy Carr.
You told him I was too good.
But certainly. That's junior executive stuff, my boy. You're cut out for bigger things, much bigger.
But, Alex, I was counting on it. It means everything.
Forget it, Charles. Now, don't be foolish. You have creative ability. You'll be head and shoulders above all the Randy Carrs in the company someday.
But, Alex, when? When?
Now, be patient, Charles. These things take time. Well, it took years for me. Might be the same with you, but...
I can't wait, Alex.
Of course you can wait. Now, sit down, will you? I want you to look at these figures.
Figures?
I was right, Charles. It all adds up. My work is finished.
Oh, the compartment.
Of course, the compartment. Look, Charles, 2 years of struggling, every spare moment.
Yeah. Now you've succeeded.
Think of it. A pressurized pilot's compartment for supersonic speeds. I'll certainly surprise them, won't I, Charles?
Yes, you'll surprise them.
Well, I'm glad we've told no one. And I appreciate the help you've given me.
Oh, I did nothing, Alex.
Well, you were here, weren't you? You listened to me, believed in what I was doing. That's why I'm so sure about you, my boy. You'll do something really worthwhile someday.
Someday. I'm afraid it'll be too late, Alex.
Huh? What's the matter? Where are you going?
I'm not feeling well, Alex. I'm going home. Make some excuse for me, will you?
Well, of course.
Please, Alex.
Sure. Oh, Charles.
Yes?
I'm going out of town for a couple of days, to Williston. I'd rather you wouldn't mention this to anyone.
There's no reason for me to mention it, Alex.
Thank you. I'll certainly tell them about you when I make the official announcement.
Thank you, Alex.
So there it is, Charles. The final answer to whatever you expected for the time wasted in working with Gerber. You really aren't feeling well as you climb the creaking stairs to your room. Stretch out on the iron post bed. There's too much to think about, isn't there? Things that will never add up like those figures on Alex Gerber's drawing board. A newspaper on the nearby washstand doesn't help your mood, does it, Charles? Particularly that item and picture on the front page.
Martin Cross, president of Cross Aviation Company, in town for manufacturers' conference.
You can't dismiss it, can you, Charles? The thought of how much Alex Gerber's discovery would mean to a man like Martin Cross. You toss restlessly on the bed, stare up at the ceiling. If only that new compartment was your development, Charles. If Gerber had nothing to do with it. It would be the answer to everything. Everything you've always wanted.
Charles, we could do so many things together.
We will, Edith. I promise.
These things take time, Charles. Be patient.
You stare at the wall, thinking, wondering. The words on a faded embroidered motto seem to leap out at you.
A wise man makes more opportunities than he finds.
You close your eyes, but the thoughts keep whirling through your mind, crossing one another, contradicting.
What are you thinking, Charles?
That you're beautiful? That I could go on dancing like this forever?
Why don't we?
These things take time. It took years for me. It might be the same with you.
You get up from the bed, find yourself drawn to the spot where the motto hangs.
A wise man makes more opportunities than he finds. Yeah.
Hello?
I'd like to talk to Martin Cross.
Well, this is Mr. Cross's secretary.
Well, it's very important that I talk to him personally. Would you be
I'm sorry, Mr. Cross doesn't want to be disturbed. If there's any message.
No, Yes, tell him this. My name is Charles Vaughan.
Charles Vaughan?
I've perfected a supersonic pilot's compartment. I know he'll be interested.
You mean you're the inventor?
Yes, I'm the inventor.
You have just heard the prologue of The Stolen Chance, another strange tale by the Whistler, brought to you by Household Finance Corporation. Folks, last year, in 1946, over 1 million people borrowed money at Household Finance Corporation. So, remember the letters HFC. They mean Household Finance Corporation. Money when you need it. And now, back to The Whistler.
Well, Charles, you've decided, haven't you? Decided to make your own opportunity. Your desire for Edith, the rich, exciting world she moves in, has led you into a corner, and the only way out is murder. You've committed yourself to it, Charles. The moment you called Martin Cross, told him that Gerber's invention was yours, and now there's no backing down. You remind yourself of that over and over again as you sit with Martin Cross in his hotel suite, tremble with excitement as he leans back in his chair, nodding approval.
If you've really accomplished what you say, Vaughan, you've done an amazing bit of work. Of course, I want my own engineers to go over your plans.
Oh, of course, sir.
When can I see them?
Well, whenever you say, Mr. Cross. Now, about the financial arrangements?
Vaughan, if my engineers okay your blueprints, I assure you there'll be no problem there. A thing like this is worth a great deal to us. As a matter of fact, if you'd be interested in a position with the company...
Well, I'm afraid I wouldn't, sir. I've done my work.
Uh-huh. Well, whatever you say, Vaughan. Prefer some sort of royalty basis on the patents? Is that it?
Well, providing there's a sufficient advance, yes.
Tired of racking your brains, eh? You're a young man, Vaughan. Too young to quit. I'm sure you'll be back at it in time. You surely wouldn't want to settle for the life of a playboy, would you?
Yes. Well, what I mean is, this has taken a lot out of me, Mr. Cross. I'd like to rest for a while. Take it easy. And then, as you say, I'll probably be back at it.
I'm sure of it. Well, get those plans to me right away. I know we can reach a satisfactory agreement.
Good.
It's been a pleasure meeting you, Vaughan.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Cross. It's been a pleasure for me. Hello, Edith.
Oh, Charles. I thought you weren't going to call.
Oh, you never have to wonder, dear. How about dinner tonight?
Oh, I'd love it, Charles. Where should we go?
Hennessy's?
Perfect. What time, darling?
Well, I'll meet you there at 7.
Can't I pick you up?
No, Edith, I have something to attend to.
Oh, your work again. Well, all right. Hennessy at 7 o'clock. But, Charles...
Yes?
Please don't keep me waiting.
And now you're ready, Charles. As ready as you'll ever be for what's ahead. You know that Alex is leaving for Williston tonight. He told you that he plans to be away for at least 2 days. And that's time enough, isn't it, Charles? After 2 days, it will be difficult to fix the time of death accurately. You'll have spent most of the afternoon at home and with Martin Cross, talking business. You'll be with Edith all evening. All that's important is to reach Alex Gerber's apartment without being seen. And that's a simple matter, isn't it? You enter the building quietly from the alley and walk down to his door.
Charles, an unexpected surprise.
Are you alone, Alex?
Oh, yes, of course. Come in, my boy.
I'm not staying long, Alex.
Oh, well, sit down. We can talk while I finish packing.
Sorry about today, Alex. I hope you didn't think I wasn't interested.
Oh, forget it, Charles. You've been working hard. We both have. Feeling better, are you?
Much.
I'm taking the plans with me. Only copies there are. Oh, they're on the desk right there if you want to look them over again.
Oh? Well, perhaps you'd better get them, Alex.
Oh, sure thing. Now, let's see. They're right here in this drawer, I'm sure.
It's over quickly, isn't it, Charles? You lean down, make certain that Alex Gerber is dead. Then you remove his watch, his ring, and all the cash from his wallet. It must seem like a simple, deliberate robbery. And you take time to make it look that way. Only one thing more, Charles, the plans on the desk. You take them from the drawer, run over them quickly to see that there are no additional notes of any kind. And that's when your eyes rivet on the carbon copy of a letter.
Dr. R.C. Fisher, 214, Hillcrest Avenue, Williston. Williston. That's where he was going. I see. Dear old friend, I know you'll want to be the first to hear that I've almost perfected a new pressurized cabin, another step in our fight to break the barrier of supersonic speeds. Your studies of heart and bloodstreams at high speeds gave me the key to the problem, and from there... Good Lord.
It's all there, isn't it, Charles? The whole story. You were mentioned as a valuable assistant, nothing more. And the letter is closed with a warning from Gerber.
Please, Doctor, because of the confidential nature of the work, destroy this note and do not mention its contents to anyone, not even Carl. I'm sure you understand my reasons. I only wanted to thank you. Sincere regards, Alex Gerber.
In a fit of panic, you crumple the letter into your pocket. It's a terrible shock, isn't it, Charles? Because there's no way out. You've described the compartment to Martin Cross as your own. There'll be no way of denying your story when Gerber's body is discovered and the police are seeking a motive. No way unless Dr. Fisher, 50 miles away in Williston, is never given an opportunity to piece things together. It's a terrible chance, Charles, but one that you must take. You leave Gerber's apartment as quietly as you entered, walk swiftly away through the alley. 20 minutes later, you're greeting Edith in the cocktail lounge at Hennessy.
Give me a light, will you?
Yeah, there.
Oh, right on time, darling. You're wonderful.
Would you still think so if I said I almost stood you up?
What?
Go on, say it. My work again. That's what's causing it, dear. I thought I should at least put in an appearance.
We're not having dinner?
Well, not together. There's something very important I must do, Edith. Please understand.
I can wait.
No, it might take most of the evening. As a matter of fact, I'd like to borrow your car.
Let me drive you.
I'd rather you didn't.
Oh, Charles, sometimes you're positively exasperating.
I'll take a cab.
You will not. Here are the keys. The car's in the parking lot.
Are you sure you don't want me to drop you at home?
Oh, no. I'll take the cab, darling. After 3 martinis, I'm not leaving this place without food.
still a chance, Charles. All you need is a little luck. You keep telling yourself that as you drive the 50 miles to Williston in Edith's big car. In as many minutes, you're pulling up across the street from the house on Hillcrest Avenue.
214. That's it.
You sit quietly for a few moments, thankful for the darkness as you plan your next move. You've got to be sure, Charles. A slip-up now and it's all over. You glance toward the house, puzzling, wondering how to get the doctor outside. The words on the faded motto back in your hotel room seem to swim before you.
The wise man makes more opportunities than he finds.
Yes, Charles, you made an opportunity. Now you must make another to keep it. And then it comes to you. You switch off the lights, walk down to a drugstore half a block away, slip unnoticed into a phone booth, put through a call to Dr. Fisher's house.
Dr. Fisher's residence?
Hello. I'm calling from the hospital. Would you ask Dr. Fisher to get right over?
Just a minute, please. I'll call the doctor.
No, there isn't time. It's an emergency. Yeah, that should do it.
Hurrying back to the car, you hope Dr. Fisher doesn't take time to check the call. But it's a chance you have to take, Charles. There's no other way at the moment. In the car, you wait nervously, a gun in your lap. A few minutes drag by, and then the front door opens. A tall man carrying a doctor's kit comes out, with a woman hurrying along beside him. They start across the lawn toward the driveway. You start Edith's car, back around in the street into the driveway, and then to make certain you've got the right man, you call out to him.
Dr. Fisher! Dr. Fisher!
What was that, dear?
Did someone call?
Hello, Edith.
Well, come in, darling.
I can't stay, dear. I have to be on the job right
now. Oh, Charles, how long are you going to go on saying that?
I'm sorry, Edith, but I do have to be at the office tomorrow.
And the next day, and the next day. Why, Charles...
No, Edith, I don't think so. I'm beginning to feel as you do about it.
You're going to quit?
I've just finished something. Something rather important, Edith. I don't believe I can do any better.
Oh, Charles, I'm very happy for you.
For us, dear. We'll be able to do plenty of things together after tomorrow.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Now, we'd like to introduce a gentleman standing by in your community to speak on behalf of your own household finance representative. And now, back to The Whistler.
Almost over, isn't it, Charles? The masquerading, the panic, the terror you've known in making your own opportunities. But it's been worth it, hasn't it? All leading toward the things you've always wanted. Edith and her exciting world. Yes, Charles, it's worth 2 murders to you. Alex Gerber and Dr. Fisher. And nothing remains to connect you with either of them. It's a surprise when Gerber's body is discovered the next day. But it doesn't matter, does it, Charles? You're in the clear, ready and waiting for your part in the routine questioning that takes place at the aircraft plant an hour after Alex Gerber's body is found.
I understand you worked with Mr. Gerber. Am I right, Vaughn? Yeah, that's right, Lieutenant. We were also very dear friends. So they tell me. There's something we can't understand, Vaughn. Oh? This claim you're making that you invented a pressurized pilot's compartment. It's not merely a claim, Lieutenant. I did invent one. I'm in the process of selling the patents. Oh? Well, that gives us the motive. Yeah, the doc's right. What are you talking about? Dr. Fisher's been doing most of the talking, Vaughn. Maybe I better have the doctor step in. Dr. Fisher, I don't understand. I mean, I don't know any Dr. Fisher. Would you come in, Doctor, please? Dr. Fisher, Mr. Charles Vaughn. What? The doctor says you murdered Alex Gerber, Vaughn. That you did it because he's the one who actually invented the pressurized compartment. Dr. Fisher had a letter from Gerber telling the whole story. Wait a minute, this is... Who are you? What are you trying to do?
Lieutenant, I'm certain this is the man who shot my husband last night. You made a mistake, Mr. Vaughn. I suppose it's a natural one. Very few people can get used to the idea of a woman doctor. You see, I'm Dr. Fisher.
Let that whistle be your invitation to listen to the Household Finance Corporation program, The Whistler, each week over these stations. This is Ken Niles speaking for HFC and reminding you, never borrow unless you must. But if you have to borrow, do it the right way at HFC, Household Finance Corporation. Featured in tonight's story were Gerald Moore and Sarah Selby. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen with story by Gene Levitt and Robert Mitchell, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is heard in Canada over the facilities of the Dominion Network of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for tonight is called Come In, Eddie. You believe in ghosts? Haunted houses? I got a story for you. We were sitting in the living room alongside the fireplace, Jim Paxton and me, just sitting there and talking a little, having an occasional nip out of a bottle, just sitting there and looking at the fire.
And just the two of us. Carol was at the apartment in New York laid up with a cold. Well, I'd run into Jim on 39th Street that afternoon. He said, how's about driving out to the country to your place, huh? That's what we were talking about this night when it was raining. It was 12:30. We were all alone in the house.
How long you been here, Arnold?
Where?
Here? In Eddie's house?
This is my house.
It is now.
Well, don't forget it.
No. You feel funny living here?
No.
I would.
Yeah, I suppose you would.
Eddie ever come around?
Are you kidding?
No. Does he?
Well, how could he?
Well, he liked the house pretty well.
Yeah, if he came around now, he wouldn't recognize us.
I couldn't see what you'd done with it. It was so dark when we come in.
I'll show you in the morning.
Good. Fire feels good.
Yeah. Yeah, where you been all this time, Jim?
Different places. You stayed right here, huh?
Here, in New York. I think maybe Carol and I will move out here, though. Permanently in the spring.
Not for me.
Nobody asked me.
Say, Arnold. You got much left?
What do you mean, much?
Well, I mean, you know, besides the house?
Why? Well, we got some. Why? You broke?
Pretty near.
You still got your card?
Union card? Sure.
Well?
What do you mean, well? If I'm going to play piano, I'm going to do it for fun.
What am I supposed to do?
Oh, I thought maybe you'd have an idea.
Well, I gave you an idea.
Yeah. That Eddie's piano?
That's my piano.
The one Eddie had.
Yeah.
I haven't touched the keyboard in years.
So, okay.
Yes, Eddie wouldn't mind if I play his piano.
Lay off that Eddie stuff, will you?
Remember that thing you used to like, huh? That Cesar Pop D minor symphony thing?
Hey, cut that out, will you? Yeah, leave the piano alone.
Okay. We just talk, huh?
Why don't you just shut up a while?
Oh, I kind of feel like talking, I guess.
Well, I don't.
Well, I'll talk. You just listen. Huh? Want a drink?
No.
I'll have one. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be alone in this house with Eddie walking around night. Cut it out, haunting you.
I told you to cut that out, you hear me?
Oh, now, look, you busted one of Eddie's best glasses.
You son! Just what are you trying to cook up?
I thought you weren't afraid of ghosts, huh?
I'm not. I'm not, I tell you.
Okay.
What are you up to, Jim?
I just thought maybe I'd, get your mind on Eddie for a little while.
Why?
Well, I'll tell you, Arnold. I gotta have some dough.
Oh. I get it. Good. And the answer's no.
I mean, I gotta have it, Arnold.
Well, listen, you got the big half when...
When we murdered Eddie? No, don't think it's so big, Arnold. There's nobody here but you and me.
If there's piano on the keys. What's the matter? Think it was Eddie?
Yes, and I got just about enough of this.
It's awful cold in here all of a sudden. Hey, no wonder. That door's open.
Oh, I'll get it.
No. Wait. Maybe Eddie is here. Come in, Eddie.
Don't say that.
Too late, Arnold. Shut the door, Eddie.
It was the wind, I told myself. It must have been the wind. The wind does funny things in an old house like this one. Sure, the wind can open a door, and the draft through the doorway will close the door sometimes. Won't it? It couldn't be Eddie. Well, Eddie's dead. Eddie died 6 years ago, right here in this house. Right here in this room. Well, I couldn't help it. I liked Eddie. Well, Eddie was my cousin, wasn't he? I couldn't help it. He had more money than he knew what to do with. I couldn't help wanting his money. Well, everybody wants money, don't they? Eddie shouldn't have let me know he'd made that will and I was to get everything. The house and everything. I'm not going to be crazy. Eddie can't be. Well, if he was going to haunt me, he'd have been here before this. Wouldn't he?
Well, there isn't any way out of it, Arnold, you see? I gotta have dough. Now.
And I won't give it to you.
Now, look, Arnold, let's be reasonable. You let me have this dough, and I'll go away, and I won't come back.
How do I know you won't?
Well, kid, you don't. But see, you haven't got any alternative.
I won't do it.
What do they do to him in this state?
Who?
Murderers.
Stop talking that way.
Hang him or burn him?
Well, you'll find out, too, if you try to squeal on me. You had just as much to do with it as I did.
Yeah, that's right. So I did.
No, don't try anything.
Oh, Arnold, don't be so dumb. That's the trouble with you. You're always so dumb.
What?
Listen. Who thought of knocking off Eddie in the first place?
You did.
Right. And who figured out a way to do it so nobody'd ever even suspicion he was murdered?
You did?
Well, then, jerk, you don't think I haven't got an out on this thing?
How?
I should tell you. Look, take my word for it, Arnold. I'm in the clear. And, brother, you ain't. So you might as well lay it on the line and be happy.
I don't believe it.
Okay, so don't then. But believe me, Arnold, when I tell you it's going to cost you one thing or the other.
What do you mean?
The dough, Arnold. Or your life. You see?
I won't do it.
Stir up the fire a little. It's getting cold in here again.
Is that door open?
No. The door's closed, Arnold. Eddie's in here with us.
I didn't touch that poker.
Of course you didn't, Arnold. That was Eddie. Starting to stir up the fire for you.
There's no such thing as a ghost. But when people are dead, they're dead. They don't come back to haunt other people. Jim Paxton was playing some kind of a trick on me, just like he tricked me into killing Eddie. Well, I would never have thought of it till he suggested it. And I used to lie awake nights thinking how fine it would be if Eddie was dead and I had all his money. And I remember how Jim Paxton worked on me. I remember how he said Eddie would be better off because he was so sick all the time. And during that time he told me he'd figured out a way to kill Eddie so nobody'd ever have the faintest suspicion. And he kept talking about what we could do with all the money Eddie had. And Eddie in the next room with that crystal cocktail shaker of his, calling to us to come and have a drink with him. He was so lonesome. And the two of us would drink with him. And
He never knew what we were thinking over the lens of our glasses. I remember Jim whispering in the corner.
Nice guy, Eddie. But he's so useless, Arnold.
And I remember Jim on the telephone.
Poor old Eddie. Always after us. The devil that continual pain.
And I remember waking up in the middle of the night and thinking I heard Jim's voice somewhere.
We'd be doing Eddie a favor, Arnold.
And a day in this very room. And Eddie on the floor. And Jim walking across the room with that big, toothy grin of his and sticking out his hand and saying,
Congratulations. Congratulations, rich man.
And then the sound of a poker falling on the hearth in Eddie's house at midnight. With nobody there but me and Jim Paxton.
That was Eddie. Starting to stir up the fire for you.
I want a drink.
No, now wait, Arnold.
Cut it out, Jim.
I said wait. We want to get this thing settled before you start to get tight.
I'm not going to get tight. I just want a drink.
You'll get a drink. I want to straighten this thing out first. Now, look.
I'll give you $1,000.
Why, you big-hearted old fella, you.
Not another dime. Hand me the phone.
Get. I don't want $1,000.
Will you give me a drink?
No. Kid, look. I want a lot more than 10 lousy $100 bills.
No, you're not going to get it.
I think I am.
Well, how much?
How much have you got?
None of your business.
Let's stop kidding around, Arnold. I got a pretty good idea how much dough you've got.
You have not.
Why, you'd be surprised. Look. For $20,000, I'll never see you again.
$20,000? What do you think I am?
A jerk.
Now, listen.
A jerk that murdered his cousin.
With your help?
Arnold, I never touched him.
Well, but
you killed him.
Well, you're just as guilty as I am. Give me a drink.
After a while. What about this 20 G's?
You know what I could do, Jim.
What could you do, Arnold?
Well, you said I killed Eddie.
You did?
It ever occurred to you that I might kill you?
Sure.
I'm bigger than you, Jim.
Yeah?
Well,
You could choke me. Or you could hit me with a poker. Or maybe you got guns here. You could shoot me with.
I think I will kill you.
Do, huh?
Yes, I do.
Wait a minute, Arnold.
Why should I?
Well, I'll tell you. Arnold.
Go on.
See, the trouble with you is you're so dumb.
Dumb enough to kill you.
Yeah, that sure would be dumb, boy.
Yeah?
Look, kid. I told you I got an out if I have to turn you in. I was smart enough to figure that out so nobody could touch me.
What's that got to do with me killing you?
Well, Arnold, boy, if I was smart enough to figure out a foolproof way of knocking off your cousin, and if I was smart enough to dope out a way to keep my nose clean if they hang you, well, wouldn't I be smart enough to have an angle that'd keep you from bumping me?
What do you mean?
You know, one of the reasons I like you, Arnold, is you're so simple-minded. Look, don't you ever go to the movies or listen to the radio or read a book?
What are you talking about?
Okay. Look, here's a little note written to a certain guy that spills all the works about how Eddie got knocked off. And this little note, Arnold, is in the hands of a certain other guy. If I don't call him up or come see him for 24 hours, he mails the note. You see how simple?
I don't believe it.
Okay. Knock me off and see.
You know, Jim, I was thinking.
Well, what do you know about that?
I was thinking, wouldn't it be funny if Eddie was here?
Funny? Oh.
You know, if Eddie was here, listening to us two talk about how we murdered the word, Arnold.
All right, murdered. How he murdered him. You know, I don't think he knew who did it.
I never thought of that.
I don't think he did. He was standing there, right over there.
I remember.
And he had his back turned to both of us.
Let's not go into the details, Arnold. I remember it well
Well,
enough.
I was just thinking if he was here, finding out that we murdered him. Now we're talking about getting rid of each other.
Yeah. He'd get a great kick out of it. Eddie had a terrific sense of humor.
Yeah. He also had a terrific sense of getting even with people, Jim.
Yeah, I know.
Well, if he was here, listening to all this, you know what he'd be thinking about.
Getting even.
Yeah.
Well, so okay, he's not here.
You sure?
Look, that was the wind blew the door open.
Yeah.
And I knocked the poker over.
Well, how could you?
I kicked the base of the stand. Scared you, huh?
No kidding. No kidding, did you?
I did.
Then you don't think Eddie is here?
Are you nuts?
Well, sure. How could I mean, there aren't any ghosts, are there?
Well, not to change the subject, boy, but what about my money?
I got to think about it.
You ought to have your thinking all done by now, boy. I've laid it on the line for you. It's open and shut.
Well, give me a drink.
Go ahead. Wait.
What's the matter?
Listen. What is that?
I know what it sounds like.
Eddie's cocktail shaker.
Yeah.
Who else is in the house?
Nobody.
Don't kid me.
I'm not. Listen. Jim.
Quiet.
Listen, Jim. Listen, this is the way Eddie used to shake up those daiquiris. You remember? Listen. Cheek, 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 cheek. Remember? Eddie. Always in the library. Making a drink.
Maybe he heard you asking for one.
Cut it off.
Go see what that noise is.
Not me.
It's from the library.
Jim. Maybe it is Eddie.
Go see.
No.
Listen, if you're pulling a gag on me...
Jim, I'm not. I'm telling you.
Where is that cocktail shaker of his?
In the library. I put it in there just the other day.
Why don't you go see what that noise is?
No.
Well, let's both go.
Jim, I'm afraid. You know what we were talking about? About Eddie getting even.
Now, you're such a jerk. Probably rats or something. Here, give me that poker. I'll go see.
No.
Let go of me. Hey, Eddie! See? Hey, Eddie! Bring us a drink.
No, Jim. Cut it out.
Look out. Cut it out. Bring us a drink. Hey, Eddie! Come in, Eddie! Now, what's it? Hey, the light! I don't turn the light! The light!
I'll get him. I stumbled against the furniture, so I tried to find a wall switch, but I couldn't find it. And I felt someone bump against me, and I heard Jim yelling.
Oh! Hey!
And I stumbled again. And that cocktail shaker kept clinking away the way I used to shake it, the way I always remembered. And I heard a kind of struggle going on in the dark, and Jim running as if somebody had him in the throat. And then I fell over something and hit my head. The last thing I remembered was the sound of a crashing glass. And I passed out cold on the floor. And then slowly, I drifted back. The lights were still out, and I could smell the familiar smell of spilled liquor. The daiquiri cocktails from a crystal shaker. Nobody in that house had had a daiquiri since the day Eddie died. And I heard something. I heard the piano. And the music was that old favorite of Eddie's, the one he used to play, the one Jim had started to play from the Sailor Frank D minor. And I called, Jim! Hey, Jim! But the music went right on, and Jim didn't answer. And then the doorbell started to ring, and the music stopped. And the lights went out. And a big fella in some kind of uniform stepped in the door.
Don't seem to be anybody. Oh. There you are.
Who are you?
State police, mister.
Oh, I'm glad that... What do you want?
Who was that playing the piano when I rang the bell?
I don't know.
Well, get up off the floor. Where's the... I looked, Jim was beside the fireplace, and he was dead. And beside him was the shattered remains of the crystal cocktail shaker that had been Eddie's.
You do this, mister?
Where did you come from?
You do this?
Who sent you here?
Well, I'll tell you. Some guy called up and said there was murder being done here, and we'd better get here quick. So, no, don't try any monkey business with me, mister. There's another officer right outside the door, and he's got a Tommy gun, and he's got his eye on...
Who was this fellow who told you, officer?
That I'm going to find out. Stick out your hand, will you? That's it. I don't know who he was. He just said, "This is Eddie speaking." I said, "Eddie who?" And he laughed and said, "Just Eddie." So, that's all I know.
You have listened to Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Les Tremaine played Jim Paxton. Arthur Cole was a police officer. Music for tonight's Quiet Please was composed and played by Albert Berman. And now for a word about next week's Quiet Please, here is my good friend, Bill Cooper.
I have a story for you next week about what sometimes happens to explorers who go places they shouldn't go. I call it Some People Can't Die.
And so until next week at this time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Friends of the Inner Sanctum, this is your host, bidding you welcome to another little jam session behind the squeaking door. We're introducing a new kind of music. It's called Swing and Slay. And believe me, it really sends you straight to the gallows. But oh, you have a friend who wants to join. Why, certainly. All he has to do is tear off the top of a clue and send it to the Spook of the Month Club. We'll call for him.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum mystery, Don't Dance on My Grave, was written by Emil Tepperman and stars Charlotte Holland in the role of Julia with Arnold Moss as Stephen.
Are you in the mood for a tale of madness and mystery? Good. The setting for our story tonight is a great old house, sitting on the crest of a gentle slope where it overlooks the countryside. Usually, in the sunlight, it's quaint and beautiful. But now, in the middle of the night, it's shrouded in darkness. There's no light in any window. But in the south bedroom, there, facing the garden, a young woman sleeps. Unrestfully. Her sleep is disturbed by strange, terrifying dreams. Her name, Julia Martell. She's only been married a year, but the shadow of fear cares not where it falls.
Am I sleeping or waking? Is this a dream or reality? How can I tell?
There's no other way. We'll have to dig a grave and bury her.
It's Stephen talking, my husband, Stephen. What you saying? Dig a grave and bury me? No, he can't.
She's sleeping now. Let's do it quickly before she wakes. Hurry, Stephen. We'll dig the grave in the garden.
It's my sister-in-law, Caroline. She hates me. I must wake up. I mustn't hide in my dreams. What was it Dr. Krauss used to tell me at the sanitarium? Old, hateful Dr. Krauss.
You were not ready to leave the sanitarium, Mrs. Wardell. Your body is healthy. Your mind is sick. Your troubles are all in your mind. You seek shelter from life and sleep. Your mind is sick, my dear. I'll stand on your grave and laugh.
Negative, Parade.
The dreamer must have had a dream. Terrible dream. Stephen and Carolyn and Dr. Krause all mixed up something dreadful. But I can't remember what of it. What's that noise? Coming from the garden. Like someone digging. I'd better wake Stephen. Stephen, wake up. There's someone in the garden. He's not here. Not in his bed. He's left me alone in the middle of the night. They're digging. Someone's still digging in the garden. I've got to see. So dark. No moon, but I can see them digging in the garden. It's Stephen and his sister Caroline. Caroline, who hates me. But what are they digging in the garden in the middle of the night? What? No. Long and shallow. A grave. My grave. She'll come for me. Come to get me. Put me in my grave. I've got to hide quickly. So they can never find me. Where can I hide? Closet. No, they shouldn't look there. Near the bed. No. My head is so tight. No place to hide. Oh,
Julia, darling, wake up. It's morning. Julia. No. All right, darling. It's only me.
How'd I get back in this bed?
Bed is usually where you sleep at night, darling.
Huh?
Now, come, it's almost 9 o'clock. Caroline and I had our breakfast hours ago. It's a glorious morning. Suppose you dress, have a bit of breakfast, and then we'll take a long walk.
A long walk?
What's the matter, darling? You look frightened and you were moaning in your sleep. Another one of those nightmares?
No. I'm all right. I'll get up. Stephen, did anything out of the way happen last night?
Why do you ask?
Oh, I thought.
Yes.
Never mind.
Oh, what were you going to say?
It wasn't anything, really.
Why are you looking at my shoes?
I was just looking at the mud. You must have been out last night. Were you out in the garden last night, Stephen?
In the garden?
Yes.
Julia, just what are you driving at?
I don't know, Stephen. I must have been having one of those horrible dreams. Oh, Stephen, I wonder if I'm really cured. Maybe you brought me home from the sanitarium too soon.
So it was another nightmare. Now look here, darling. Don't you worry about it. I'm having Dr. Krause out here this afternoon.
Dr. Krause? Stephen, you're not going to send me back.
There's nothing to worry about, darling. It's just a routine checkup. Now, suppose you get ready for breakfast. I'll be waiting downstairs.
Stephen.
And whatever's bothering you, don't let it worry you. Just call it a bad dream.
Just a bad dream. Was it really just a bad dream? But I saw them digging the grave last night, and then I fainted. Maybe it was a dream. Let me see. I was standing here at the window. It all seemed so clear. Where were they digging? Over there, I think, near the oak tree. But I don't see the grave. Maybe they covered it up again. I've got to go down and look. I've got to find out. Nobody in the hall. This way, the back stairs. Must be quiet. But Susie, the cook in the kitchen, she hates me too. Always spying, snooping, reporting to Caroline. Better keep quiet. She'll hear me. What's the Open the back door carefully. Out of the house at last. It's now on the side to the garden. Footprints. Footprints in the soft ground. The man's and the woman's, Stephen and Caroline. So they were out here last night. Follow the footprints. Over here by the oak tree. Yes, this is where I saw them digging. Here it is. The ground's been dug up and filled in again, just the shape of a grave. It wasn't a dream then. Any of it.
Looking for anything special, Julia, darling?
Oh, yes, I didn't hear you come up behind me.
Well, that's because you were so busy examining the ground. What were you looking for, Julia?
The ground here, it's been dug up.
So it has.
It's the shape of a grave, Stephen.
Yes, so it is.
Whose grave was it to be? And why did you fill it in again?
I think you'd better come back into the house, Julia.
No.
Now, please come in quietly, Julia. Caroline and I want to talk.
No, let go of my arm. You're hurting me.
Sorry, Julia, but you've got to come in with us.
No, I won't. Let go
You're
of me.
coming inside, with me, Julia.
Oh, my arm.
Now, are you coming?
I'll go with you. I'll go.
That's a good girl, Julia. Go right into the dining room. Your breakfast is ready.
I want my breakfast.
You've got to eat something, darling. Now, sit here.
What is it to be? The last meal of the condemned woman?
Oh, Julia, darling. What makes you say that?
Oh, what's for you? I thought you loved me, Stephen. I never thought you planned to kill me in cold blood.
Julia.
Don't pretend, Stephen. I know that grave out there under the oak tree was supposed to be for me. But you must have changed your plans last night and filled it in.
Well, here comes Caroline with your breakfast. We'll talk about it after you've eaten something.
Good morning, Julia. There's some nice steaming hot coffee. And golden toast, just the way you like it.
Coffee tastes bitter. What are you and Susan up to?
Oh, Julia.
Julia has some strange idea that we want to kill her.
Oh, now, Julia, you know Susan and I love you.
Do you?
Please, Julia, drink the coffee. You'll feel different after you've had it. I brewed it myself, good and strong, the way you like it.
You brewed it? What's the matter with Susie? Why didn't Susie make my breakfast? I heard her in the kitchen before. Well, why don't you answer?
That wasn't Susie you heard in the kitchen, Julia. It was Caroline.
Yes, dear. I made the breakfast this morning.
Well, where's Susie? Why are you both looking at me like that? Stephen, what is it? Caroline.
Don't you know where Susie is?
Nothing.
We buried her there last night. Caroline and I.
In the grave. Under the oak tree. What happened to her?
Her throat was cut during the night.
Throat? Who did it?
Don't you know? No time to have a scary.
Try to keep calm, darling. Remember what Dr. Cross told you. Excitement is bad.
How can I help it with the both of you? You, Stephen, and you, Caroline, standing there looking at me as if I had cut some these clothes in the middle of the night.
We found one of your bedroom slippers in the hall outside Susie's room. It had blood on it.
Oh, I couldn't have done it.
Ed, we'll have to let Dr. Cross take you back to the sanitarium until you're fully cured.
Oh, no, please don't send me back to him.
Would you rather go to jail, do you?
But tell me one thing, darling. What did you do with the knife?
What knife?
The one you cut Susie's throat with. We can't find it.
Where's the knife, Julia?
I didn't kill her. I didn't. I swear I didn't.
Sit down, Julian. Finish that coffee.
No, I won't touch it.
We must have that knife.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I'm going
Now, come back, Julia. We want that knife. Come down here, Julia.
can't get me. It's trying to drive me mad. And he think I cut Susie's throat in my sleep. Oh, Susie, Ben. Get there quickly and safe. The window. Get this coat off. Something in the pocket. What? A knife? Stephen's quarantine dagger, the one he uses for a letter opener. But in my coat pocket, how? Blood. Dried blood on his leg. I did it. I did it in my sleep. Go away. Oh, go away. Go away. I'm so tired. I just want to sleep. Please. Here again. I can't leave me alone.
Open up, Julia. We'll break the door down.
What do I do?
Julia, you open the door.
What do I do?
We gotta tell you, this is your last chance.
The knife. I'll show them. They say I killed Susie with this knife. Well, I'll show them.
Well, thank heaven you're being reasonable, Julia.
Of course, you have the knife. Yes, I have the knife, Caroline. Don't come any closer.
My dear Julia, you must realize that we are your friends.
Stay where you are, Dr. Krause. And you too, Caroline. Not one of you is coming into this room.
Julia, darling, Dr. Krause has come all the way from the city to talk to you. He thinks he can help you.
Help me? By taking me back to that sanitarium.
My dear, I will do only what is best for you. But first you must give me the knife. Oh, Julia!
Did the knife cut your hand, Dr. Krause? I'm so sorry. I warned you not to come in. Did she hurt you, Doctor?
No, Caroline. It's only a scratch. Julia, you must realize that you're not acting for your own good. You're in serious mental trouble. So why do you insist on fighting this trouble alone?
You're all so anxious to help me, aren't you? Well, I don't want anything from anybody. Just leave me alone.
You want to be left alone so you can go back to sleep.
I've been sleeping all day, Doctor. Leave me alone.
Sleep will not help you, Julia. Your dreams are no longer quiet and peaceful. They're full of violence and terror. You cannot find safety anywhere but with me. You understand? I can help you to cure the sickness of your mind. Give me the knife.
No. Get out! All of you! Go away! Leave me alone!
Julia, you've got to listen.
You never open the door to anyone. My head is so tight. I could only fall asleep again. I'll put the knife down here on the floor. Now I can sleep.
We've locked the door again, sister. Now, what do we do, Dr. Krause? We can't leave her in here with a knife.
Stephen, I'm scared.
Well, we must wait. I think I'll stay here overnight. There's a storm coming up anyway, and I do not like driving in the rain. Perhaps in the morning.
That's an excellent idea, Doctor. Stephen, will you get the guest room ready?
Looks like I'll have to spend the night on the couch in the living room.
Well, it won't hurt you, Stephen. I don't think any of us will be able to sleep much tonight.
I must have slept all evening. And they woke me up. What time is it?
The lamp here. 3 o'clock. In the middle of the night. Well, now's my chance. Escape in a storm with that knife. It's here on the floor. I'll take it along. Blood. The blade wet with fresh blood.
Whose blood? Mine? Stephen? Caroline?
Dr. Carson? But how? I was asleep. In my sleep. Yes, my sleep. That's the door. Locked. She's still in the lock. Nobody could have gotten in. I must have opened the door, gone out, and... I've got to find out. I'll take the knife along. In the hall. Let's see. Stephen said he'd be sleeping on the cot in the living room down the stairs by bending room. Yes, there he is. Found it. He's on the cot. He's alive, thank heaven. Yes, Caroline. She's across the hall. Open the door carefully. There she is. Sleeping. She's alive, too. Out of guest room. Down the hall. Here. Got the cross on the bed. Is he asleep? His head twisted. He froze. No! What are you doing out here with your life? Look at that! Dr. Cole, you cut his throat! Give me that knife! Take it! Oh, my darling wife has done it again! Dr. Cole this time!
Julia, did you do it? Did you do it in your sleep?
I must have. When I woke up, there was fresh blood on the blade. And my door was locked. The key was in the lock. Nobody could have gotten it. I must have killed him, then gone back and locked the door. All in my sleep. Oh, Steve.
At least you gave up the knife.
Just a minute. Caroline.
What?
Your shoes, Caroline. They're full of mud in your stockings. They're soaking wet.
Oh, that. I heard the garage doors banging in the wind. They kept me awake, so I dressed and went out and closed them. The storm caught me on the way back.
I see. I was almost positive I'd locked those garage doors.
Stephen, she's lying.
What do you mean?
I saw you in bed just a minute ago under the blanket. Why did you get into bed fully dressed with wet shoes and stockings?
Julia, dear, your imagination must be running wild.
Stephen, please believe me. I saw her in bed under the blanket. She was pretending to be asleep.
Julia, I don't know what to believe. You've been doing such strange things lately.
I'm asking you to believe that it was Caroline who killed Dr. Carson, not I.
But how?
Well, don't you see, Stephen? She did go out of the house, but not to close the garage door. She must have got the ladder from the garage and placed it against my window. Then she climbed into my room while I was asleep and took the knife. She killed Dr. Carson, climbed back and left the knife, and then the storm started and she got her feet wet. It would have been all right if I hadn't been awakened by the thunder and found the bloody knife. But it left me no time to undress. And when she heard me in the hall, she slipped under the blanket and pretended to be asleep.
A very pretty theory, my dear Julia, except that you didn't see me in bed.
Well, we could prove that very easily.
What?
I said we could prove very easily whether or not you were in bed. By looking at your bed, Caroline. If Julia really did see you in bed, then the sheets and the blankets will be wet and mud-stained.
Stephen!
So we go and look.
Never mind. I did it. I killed Price.
And you killed Susie, too, and tried to blame it on me.
Stephen, I did it for your sake. I had to bring you to your senses somehow. You never should have married this woman.
And all the things that I thought about Julia, they're all untrue.
You had no right to bring her into this house.
You're the one who's insane.
I was insane to think I could change Stephen's mind. That was the mistake I made, Julia. I should have killed you first. But it isn't too late. I've got the knife and I'll do it now.
Stop that, Caroline.
Go on my wrist.
Drop that face, Caroline.
I'm going to kill her. Let's go, Stephen. I'll get you. Stephen, let's go. No, come back here, Julia. I'll get you.
She tripped and fell on the knife.
Caroline. Blade. Right under our house. Rest your hand, my shoulder, darling. The nightmare is over.
I'm going to miss Caroline. You know, she was a pretty keen customer, that Caroline. Nothing dull about her. No, sure. In fact, I'd say she was the nicest of the party. The only trouble was she didn't know when to stop. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Dark fantasy.
I am the man who came back.
Break it up, break it up.
This way, officer. He's in here.
All right, miss. Casey.
Yes, Captain?
Now, you stay right there in that doorway and don't let nobody in or out.
Right, Captain. All right, now. All right, you heard him.
Oh, but we had nothing to do with this.
Okay, sister. If you didn't, you ain't got nothing to be scared of. Hey, you. Where do you think you're going?
I thought I might get a little air, if you don't mind.
Well, I do mind. Now, back in the house with you. What's the big idea, you wearing that mask?
As you might have observed, my friend, this is a masquerade party.
Oh, is it now? Well, according to Emily Post, it's masks off at midnight. And we got this call to come out here just as the clock in Washington Circle was striking the hour.
The call was placed by a most hysterical woman. And there is nothing you can do for the man in there, I assure you.
Stop changing the subject. What I want to know is, why ain't you unmasked like the others?
I prefer, sir, to wear my mask.
Take it off, Don Juan. I want to look at your mug.
It might be better, my friend, if you didn't see my mug.
Now, look here, Zorro.
Perhaps while we are waiting, I might tell you a story.
Yeah? What is this? Bedtime at Grandma's? The only story I'm interested in is what happened here tonight.
Exactly.
Eh?
I said exactly. Perhaps I can tell you the story.
All right, then, my fine, mysterious friend. Give.
Well, you see, it's quite a long story. It really all began at least 3 years ago. I remember that evening quite well. I let myself into Granger's apartment. It was a golden key I used, A bright golden key. And there was no one there when I arrived. So I closed the door and waited. Well, Grange, imagine seeing me here.
Huh? Blake. Oh, I say, you startled me.
Did I now? I dare say, had I been someone else, you wouldn't have been at all startled.
Incidentally, old man, how did you get in here?
I suppose it would be quite facetious of me to say that I came in the same way you did. Oh, I say, a new piano. Do you mind?
No, not at all. Go right ahead. Help yourself. Have a drink?
No, thanks. You better have one, though.
Oh, yeah. I say, Blake, what's that you're playing?
You've heard it before, Grange.
Have I? I don't recall.
You have a short memory.
I usually remember pretty well.
Well, when you choose to, you do, yes.
What do you mean by that?
My wife has played that tune for you every night this week, and last, and the week before that. You see, I happen to know.
Oh. I see.
Well, I'm glad you haven't the audacity to deny it.
No. Oh, I don't deny it. Your wife has been here. Often. As often as she possibly could. But I assure you she came of her own desire.
And as a result of your oily persuasion.
I might agree, Blake, that she is easily persuaded. And, of course, my curiosity prompts me to ask how you finally learned the truth.
I accidentally found the key to your apartment here. It was in Sylvia's purse. A golden key. With your initials engraved on one side, hers on the other.
Why, I thought that a rather handsome touch. Don't you agree?
I've brought the key back to you.
How gallant of you, old fellow.
I'm serious. Sylvia will never come here again.
Are you positive of that?
Quite. For I shall ask her not to.
You seem to believe she'll obey you.
She will. And I ask you now, Grange, as a gentleman, kindly refrain from inviting her here again.
In other words, hands off. Is that it?
I'm glad I make myself quite plain.
Why, you fool. You dull, stupid fool. What right have you to demand anything of Sylvia? You think for a moment, night after night, twiddling her thumbs while you're away from home?
I admit I've been busy this past year, but another 6 months...
You've no one to blame for Sylvia's being here but yourself. Here she's found what you denied her, Blake. And I doubt very much if she'll give it up.
Why, you swine, if you think for a moment... Oh. Well, I forgot you carried a gun. But if you'd care to put it away...
Skip the heroics, Blake. You know, I think I've suddenly thought of a solution to all this.
The only solution is for you to leave Sylvia alone.
Oh, no. No, you're quite mistaken. This is the solution. Here in my hand. Indeed, I rather like the idea. Besides, with you out of the way, Sylvia need have no more qualms.
Why, you low yellow rat.
That's it, Blake. Come closer. Threaten me. Make me do it. Make me do it, Blake.
If you think killing me is the way out, Grange, you're very badly mistaken.
It's the only way out.
If you kill me, Grange, I'll come back and avenge myself.
One shot, and that'd be all. I can prove self-defense. Sylvia will help. She'll swear you came here and tried to kill me.
I'll come back, Grange.
Just one shot directly between the eyes.
I'll haunt you, Grange, because by God in heaven, I'll come back.
It's a perfect scheme, yes, I like it.
I'll pierce the veil, Grange, because I'll come back if I have to fight all the demons of hell to do it.
Prepare, Blake. This is a chance of a lifetime. It's the way out. Yes, it's the way out.
Get your extra paper. Wealthy playwright slain in millionaire's apartment. Read all about it. Hey, it's Sir Keith Grange playing self-defense and playing a fill of plate. Here it is, folks. Get your extra paper. Read the headline news about the killing. It's all here in your extra paper.
It is the judgment of this court that the defendant, Keith Grange, did shoot and kill the deceased, Philip Blake, on the night of April 16th, and that in so doing, he acted in a line of self-defense. The court therefore decrees that Keith Grange shall not be held to account for this unfortunate incident.
Well, my dear?
I suppose there's nothing to worry about now.
Not the slightest thing. I told you from the very beginning, Sylvia, that I acted rightly in doing what I did.
Oh, I still can't resign myself to it.
But you must. It's all over. Philip is dead. Now we can be together as much as we please.
Keith, suppose you and I should have a misunderstanding. Suppose I should become angry sometime. So angry I might tell the truth to the authorities.
That, my dear, would be most unfortunate. But it's a possibility, and by no means should we overlook possibilities. So allow me to remind you, Sylvia, my dear girl, that your hiding the true facts of the matter at the coroner's investigation automatically makes you an accomplice.
Oh, I see. But why are we talking like this, darling? We'll both feel better after we've had a little rest.
Of course we will, dear.
Kiss me goodnight, darling. I'm going home.
I'll take you.
Oh, no. No, I'd rather go alone tonight if you don't mind.
As you wish, my dear. Good night.
Good night, darling.
Sweet.
Will you call me in the morning?
Yes, of course I will.
Good night, then.
Good night, darling. Pleasant dreams. That's strange. Very strange. Just a moment ago, there were only Sylvia and I here. Now she's gone. Yet I feel that I'm not alone.
You're not alone, Grange.
What? What was that? I thought I heard a voice.
It was my voice.
Who are you? Where are you?
I told you I'd come back.
No. No, it's just my imagination.
Is it your imagination, Grange?
Yes. Yes, of course.
I warned you. I warned you. Remember?
Come out. Come out in the open. Come out, I say. Do you hear me? Come out.
Your gun is useless against me now, Grange.
What do you want? Tell me, what do you want?
Oh, not now. The time isn't right now. But I'll be back. Watch for me and wait. Watch and wait. For I'll come back, Grange. I'll come back.
No. No, I'm sure of it. It was no one. No one at all. I just imagined it, that's all. Yes, just my imagination. Sylvia, dear, you look so tired. Here, perhaps this will wake you up. Present for you.
A present?
Yes, something I picked up today. I thought you'd like it.
How sweet of you, darling. I think I can guess just by looking at the box. It's a ring.
Oh, aren't you clever? Go ahead, open it.
All right, darling, but don't hurry me. Oh.
Sylvia, that isn't the ring I bought for you.
Keith, look at this ring.
The initials. P.B.
Keith, this is his ring.
Sylvia, what are you saying?
It's his ring. I gave it to him.
But, Sylvia...
Keith, I swear to you, Philip Blake was buried with that ring on his finger.
Cab, mister?
Yes, please.
Do you mind coming around to the other side, please, mister? That door's busted and you can't get it open.
Oh, very well.
Sorry to ask that of you, but they ain't had time to get the other door fixed. Where to, friend?
Huntington Arms Hotel, please.
Right.
Excellent.
Huh?
That's where I'm going.
Oh, you startled me. I didn't know there was anyone in this cab. It's so dark tonight.
Yes, isn't it?
I say, I don't seem to feel anyone in the seat here beside me.
Strange. You certainly bumped me hard enough when you crawled in here.
Bumped you? I beg your pardon, sir, but I...
Never mind, Grange. Never mind.
You know me?
I'm surprised that you don't know me.
Why, yes. Your voice sounds familiar. Good Lord. Philip Blake.
Do you mind riding with me?
Blake, you're supposed to be dead. You're supposed to be buried.
I am dead, Grange. I am buried.
Cabby, stop this cab.
Right, sir.
Now, let me out of here. Let me out.
What's the matter, Governor? Hey, you hadn't ought to jump out of a moving car like that.
What in the name of heaven is in the back of that cab?
Why, it's nothing, Governor. Here, see? I'll turn on the light. There. See?
But there was somebody in there with me.
Oh, now, mister, they couldn't have been. Look for yourself. The seat's empty there. And you just jumped out on this side of the cab. The other door won't open. No, brother, there wasn't nobody in that seat with you. Must have been your imagination.
Hello? Hello, Doris? Dear, this is Sylvia. I just wanted to remind you about the masquerade ball at Keith's new home tonight. You'll be there? Fine. Now remember, masks and costumes for everybody. All right, dear. Bye. Now be sure to come in costume, won't you, Dorothy? Yes. And heavily masked, my dear. Yes, at Keith's new place. Oh, darling, wait till you see the place. It's really a mansion. Honestly, it's huge. Mr. Grange, I believe.
Sylvia, darling. So you've penetrated my disguise.
Silly. I heard you order it from the costumers yesterday. Darling, the music will start soon. It's the first dance hours.
Sylvia, my dear, every dance is ours tonight. Are you happy I bought this place?
Oh, it's lovely. Absolutely lovely, Keith. Darling, what's the matter?
That man in black. I've been watching him all evening. He's been watching me.
Do you know who he is?
No. He just stands and stares at me. Everywhere I go, he's always just a short distance away.
Look, Keith. He's going into your study.
Well, he hasn't any business in there.
Strange. I locked that door this evening so the guest wouldn't go into your study and disturb things.
Well, he just walked right in. And, dear, I'll go see who he is and what he wants. You mingle with the guests, and I'll join you later.
Very well, dear. But don't be long. I'll be waiting for you.
All right, Sylvia. Yeah. It's odd. This door is locked. Dark. Piano. Oh, confound it. Where's the light switch? There. No, it can't be. That piano. Someone's playing and... Yet there's no one seated there. The keys. Moving. Up and down. Playing the music. But there are no hands on them. That melody. It's the melody he played the night I killed him. He's playing it now. And yet he's not there.
I'm here, Grange. I'm here.
Blake.
Look closer, Grange. Here I am. You see?
Yes. I see you now.
I brought you a little gift for your masquerade party.
What?
You'll find it lying on your desk. Turn around and see for yourself. That's right. There. You see?
A gun.
It's the one you killed me with. Don't you recognize it?
Where did you get that gun?
I found it, Grange, and I've brought it back to you. I put one shell in its chamber. Just one, Grange. But that is enough.
What are you trying to... Gone. He's gone. Lord, am I mad? Was I dreaming? No. No, the gun is here. It is my gun. One cartridge, he said. Only one. One cartridge. Yes. Yes, it's the only way left. He knew it was the only way. Now he's left me to take it. All right, Blake. You can have your revenge. You can have it. You are right. It is the only way.
So he shot himself, eh?
The evidence in there will indicate that he did, yes.
Say, that's quite a yarn you spun, Zorro.
It is nothing but the truth.
Come on now. Come on, my friend. Let's take off your mask and have a look at you.
One moment. Keith Grange shot Philip Blake squarely between the eyes.
Yeah? So what?
That doesn't make a very pretty sight.
Well, I don't see what that's got to do with... here comes the captain. He'll take that mask off you. Captain Sullivan, come here a minute, will you?
Yes, Casey, what is it?
Well, there's a mug here that won't take off his mask. He's been spinning me the most fantastic yarn I ever heard in all my... where'd he go?
Huh? Where'd who go? Say, did you let somebody get out of this house, Casey?
No, Sir Captain. No, I didn't. But he was standing here just a minute ago. He wouldn't take off his mask. He told me the darndest story about a murdered man coming back from the grave.
Casey, have you been near the punch bowl? Well, there's no one here now. Wait a minute. What's this stain here on the floor?
Blood. A little pool of it. There on the floor. Right in the exact spot where the man in black was standing.
The Man Who Came Back, an original tale of dark fantasy by Scott Bishop. Ben Morris was Keith Grange. Eleanor Naylor Corrin was Herda Sylvia. Fred Wayne took the part of Casey. Muir Height was Captain Sullivan.
Murillo Schofield, the cab driver, and Eugene Francis was the man who came back. Ladies and gentlemen, every Friday night at this time, the National Broadcasting Company will bring you Dark Fantasy, Tales of the Weird, Adventures of the Supernatural, created for you by Scott Bishop. Listen 1 week from tonight for the breathtaking story of the tombs of ancient China, the soul of Shanhai One.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Presents The Mysterious Traveler.
This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable. If you can. It's the end of July and rather warm, isn't it? There's probably an insect or two buzzing around in your living room right this moment, or banging against your screen trying to get in. Before we go any further, you better get rid of it. If you do, you'll breathe easier as you hear the unusual story I have for you today. The story I call The Man the Insects Hated. My story begins in a homemade laboratory in a crumbling mansion on the edge of a bayou, deep in the heart of the Louisiana swamps. Outside, the air is filled with the strident hum and buzz of insects, uncounted swarms of them, crawling and hopping and flying in the hot, lush atmosphere. Inside the laboratory, the air is filled with the same sound as a small man with graying hair lifts a wire insect trap to a table.
Listen to them, Mary. How they hate me, every one of them. The flies, the bees, the hornets, the beetles, the locusts, the spiders, they all hate me.
Oh, John, they don't hate you. They're just bugs. They can't hate you.
Yes, but listen to them hum and buzz when I come near. They know me. And the reason they're so upset is that they know that we're enemies. And that I'm going to destroy them. Destroy them utterly.
All right, John.
Oh, Mary, you look tired. This life we've been leading the last few months, it's very dreary for you, isn't it?
It's all right, John. It doesn't matter.
Oh, but it does. These swamps, they must seem like the last outpost of creation to you. You always did love the city and the lights, the movement, the gaiety.
I'm all right. You mustn't worry about me. It's such a struggle. If we had someone to help us, it would be easier. But no one will come out here and work for us.
Yes, I know, my darling. Believe me, I do. But it's only for a little while. Soon we'll be rich. I promise it.
All right, John. I'll be patient.
You do believe me, Mary. You know that I'm on the verge of success now, don't you? That last formula, you saw how quickly it killed every insect in the cage?
Yes, I know. It was wonderful, John.
Yes, and you know yourself what it'll mean to the world. The perfect insect killer, something much better than DDT. Why, it will be tremendous. It will make the worst jungle livable. It will cut down disease and increase the crops.
There's someone at the door.
Yes. That's very odd. I wonder who it could be.
I'll see. Perhaps it's Dr. Guernsey or Mr. Conway, the druggist. They promised to call.
Good morning. Is Professor Hanson in?
Why, yes, he is. Come in quickly. There's so many flies.
Yeah. Seems like the air is full of bugs outside. Never saw so many in my life. What is it, Mary?
It's someone to see you, John. I don't know who.
Andrews, the name, Professor. Martin Andrews. Say, you really are out in the wilds here, aren't you? Thought I'd never find you. Yes, we are rather isolated, but... You're wondering who I am and what I want here. The truth is, I was in Conway's drugstore back in town, and he told me you might be able to use a handyman. Oh, a handyman?
Yes, we can use a handyman.
How much do you want?
Oh, not very much. I guess $25 a week would do me.
We can manage that, I think.
But on second thought, I don't know. I'm not crazy about these swamps with all these bugs around and...
Oh, please try it anyway, Mr. Andrews. My husband is engaged on some very important research, and he needs help badly.
Oh. Well, when you put it like that, Mrs. Hanson...
Then you will stay.
Yeah, I'll stay. What have I got to lose? Maybe I'll like it better than I thought at first.
Excellent, Mr. Andrews, excellent.
Oh, just call me Martin, Professor.
Yes, Martin, yes. Now, there are a lot of details that you can help me with. Now, take this watch. And
Lunch will be ready in a minute.
Oh, yes, my dear, yes. Take this watch, Martin, and you see this wire trap full of insects?
Yeah. There must be thousands of bugs in there.
There are. You see, I'm working to discover the perfect insect exterminator.
Oh, yeah, I see.
Yes, and in this spray gun, I have my latest solution, Formula 312. And I'm going to spray it just once at this trap full of insects, and you are to time how long it takes them all to die.
You're going to kill all those bugs with just one squirt from that sprayer?
I hope so. And they know it, too. Listen to them hum. How they hate me. They know I'm going to kill them, and they wish they could get free to kill me.
Huh?
Oh, yes. Yes, they know me. Insects hate me. All insects. Just as I hate them. They'd kill me if they could, but instead I'm going to kill them. Can you put your eye on the watch?
What? Oh, yeah, sure.
Then start timing. Now, watch and listen.
Say, that stuff really mows them down, Professor.
Yes, they're dying now. A few of them are still trying to crawl around, but there they go. Now, how long did it take?
29 seconds.
It's good, but not quite good enough. But I'm sure I'm on the right track.
Lunch is ready, John.
Oh, yes, my dear, yes, we're coming. Well, Martin, do you think you're going to like working here, helping me develop my new insect killer?
Yes, sir, Professor. I've got an idea it's going to be a lot more interesting here than I ever imagined.
Some more coffee, John?
Thank you, my dear. No, I want to go back to the lab to try a new formula. And while I'm mixing it, why don't you show Martin around the place?
Why,
That's a swell idea, Professor. I'd like to get wise to just what you're doing here.
But I'm sure that John could show you around and explain everything better than I could.
No, not at all, Mary. And besides, you know how I feel about going outdoors.
Well, all right, John. If you want me to.
Fine. I'll get started on the new mixture right away, and when you're through, I'll have something for you to do, Martin.
Okay, Professor. Well, Mrs. Hanson, I'll be obliged to you if you'll give me the lowdown on everything.
Well, all right, Martin. There are things that you really should know.
So, that's how it is, huh?
Mm-hmm.
The professor is hipped on the subject of bugs and wants to rid the world of them. And he thinks they all know it and hate him, huh? Oh, that's a hot one. The bees and the mosquitoes and the flies, they all got it in for him, huh?
You mustn't laugh. I know it's a strange quirk of his mind, but it's a harmless one. And you must pretend not to notice anything odd about it.
Okay, Mrs. Hanson, if you say so.
You see, when he was a small boy, my husband was almost stung to death by a swarm of bees. That brought on his peculiar hatred of all insects, and his belief that they hate him.
Sure, I can see how that'd be.
And that's the reason why all his life he's been experimenting to find the perfect insect exterminator.
It's screwy, but if he does find this perfect bug killer, it'll pay off big.
Oh, he will find it. I'm sure of it. That's why I'm willing... I'm sure he will.
You were going to say that's why you're willing to stay here in this swamp, because you think he'll find this bug killer and make a lot of money from it, huh? Well, that's the truth, ain't it, Mrs. Hanson?
You're being impertinent.
The first time I looked at you, I could see you weren't meant for a life like this. You were meant for pretty clothes and soft music, dancing, fun. Not for rotting away in a swamp that's only fit for bugs.
You mustn't talk like that. I've got to go back to the house.
No, not yet. Listen, the minute I stepped inside that house, I knew you were eating your heart out all for fun and people and pretty things.
I don't know what you're talking about. Let go of my wrist.
Not yet. Listen, I'm no handyman. I know how to make money when I want to. It's just good luck that brought me here. My good luck. There's meant to be something between us. I knew that the second you opened the door this morning.
You're crazy. Let me go.
Sure, I'll let you go. There. Well, why don't you run away from me now that you can?
You mustn't say things like that. You mustn't.
But I already have, and I will again. You weren't meant to be married to a dotty old dodo like the professor. You were meant to live. And I'm going to hang around here until I prove it to you.
And so Martin Andrews joined the strange household in the swamps, the household where Professor Hanson plotted death for the insect world. Mary suggested to him that it had been a mistake to hire Martin so hastily without investigating his background. But her husband pooh-poohed her arguments, and she was silent, knowing she could not explain that she was both frightened and fascinated by a man whom she'd seen for the first time that day. So Martin stayed, and in the days that followed, Professor Hanson found him invaluable. With his help, the work went much more quickly. And daily, as the work progressed, the number of insects swarming about the house increased, buzzing and humming ominously as though news of the professor's success was spreading throughout the whole swamp. Then one morning in the laboratory...
Time, Martin. Exactly 15 seconds, Professor.
15 seconds and every insect in the trap is dead. We've done it, Martin. Mary!
Yes, John. What is it?
Mary, we've done it. At last I found the formula that will kill any insect known almost instantly.
Oh, John. Oh, I'm so glad.
Yes, Formula 397. See, here it is. Just a few marks on this piece of paper. But it's man's final victory over the insect world.
Listen to the bugs outside hum, Professor. They sound almost like they knew what you'd done.
Oh, yes, they do know. But they're helpless. They're beaten and they know it. Yes, now I've got to write a note to Dr. Guernsey and Mr. Conway. Martin, wait here for me.
Yeah, sure, Professor.
Martin, what are you doing with that formula?
Just putting it in my pocket where it'll be safe. You know how the professor is, always losing things.
Give it to me, please. I'll take care of it.
No, I think I'd better hold on to it. But I have something else for you.
No. Let me go. Let go of me.
Ever since that first day. And I've been waiting till you know as well as I do that we were meant for each other.
You mustn't say such things.
You do know it, don't you?
No.
Maybe this will convince you.
Oh, Martin.
Now you know it, don't you?
Yes. Oh, I'm crazy, I suppose, but I can't help it. You've got to go away, Martin. Now, today.
You are crazy if you think I'm going without you. Oh, here comes the professor. We'll talk about it later.
Martin, here's a note from Mr. Conway, the druggist. I've asked him to come out with Dr. Guernsey tomorrow night. Will you drive into town and deliver it to him, please?
Sure, Professor. I'll be glad to. Right away.
Come in, Martin, quickly.
Yeah.
Oh, my, your clothes are covered with insects. Here, stand still a minute. I'll get rid of them. There. It takes care of that. How in the world did so many get on you?
When I got out to open the garage door, they were crawling all over it. They dropped onto me. I couldn't knock them off.
John! Oh, John!
Yes, Mary?
John, there are ants in the kitchen. A whole swarm of giant black ants. They're monsters.
Giant ants in the kitchen. How did they get in?
I don't know, but they're there. And more coming all the time.
Never mind. We'll take care of them. Come on, Martin. Bring the spray gun.
Right.
They mustn't get into the house. I won't let them. They want to get at me, but they're not going to.
There they are, John. All over the floor.
There's giant ants. The floor's black with them. And look at them come this way toward me. They know who I am. Quick, Martin. Use the spray.
Yes, Professor. This will fix them. Look at them turn up their toes.
Yes.
That finishes them.
But how in the world did they get in? I thought I'd made this house insect-proof.
Here are some more, coming through this hole in the woodwork.
I'll take care of them. Now I'll plug up the hole. No more will come in that way.
They're such big ants. I've never seen any that big before.
And they were after me. But we've taught them a lesson.
Professor, you've almost convinced me you're right. About the bugs hating you, I mean.
What are you saying?
It's the truth. You never saw so many bugs in your life as there are outside right now. When I got back from town, I could hardly see the house for the beetles and the flies and the hornets that are buzzing around it. And a couple of times the car ran over columns of ants so thick I thought they were going to clog the wheels. Columns heading this way.
Is that so? I must go over to the window and see for myself. Yes, good heavens, the screen is so covered with insects I can't see out.
I'll give them a dose of your bug killer. That'll make them move on. There. That cleared them off. Now, take a look outside, Professor. Did you ever see anything like that in your life?
Oh!
Good Lord, the sky is black with insects. Look at that swarm over the trees. Flying beetles, wasps, bees, locusts. I can't identify them all.
Yeah, and just listen to them. Listen to that song of hate.
Don't say that. It's just a natural phenomenon. These swamps breed insects by the millions.
Yeah, I know. And every one of those millions is headed right for this spot.
But that's ridiculous.
No, it's not. All the way to town, I didn't see a single bug. Because they're all gathered right around here, right around this house.
You mustn't say that.
He's right. They know what's happening here, and they want to stop me.
No, John, no.
If you want my advice, the thing to do is make up all the Formula 397 we can. If those bugs ever get into this house, we're gonna need it.
As the day wore on, the clouds of insects surrounding the old mansion in the swamps grew steadily bigger. At times, the house was almost hidden by the black swarms of tiny creatures flying and crawling over it, as if they really were trying to force their way inside. But only a few did get into the house through unnoticed cracks, but as night came on.
John.
Yes?
John, the lights won't go on.
They won't?
No, look. Our fuse must have blown out.
I'll go take a look, Professor. I have the flashlight.
Thank you, Martin.
I'll only be a minute.
Listen to them, Mary. Listen to them swarming about the house, beating against the screens, trying to get in at me.
Oh, John, they're just insects. They don't hate you.
They don't? Well, then where've they come from? Why are they surrounding this house? Answer me that.
Oh, I don't know.
Martin agrees with me. He said so this afternoon.
You mustn't pay any attention to Martin.
Listen to them. If they could get in, we'd be dead in 15 minutes. There's death we hear humming and buzzing out there, Mary.
Professor! Professor!
Yes, what is it? Did you find the trouble?
Yes, it's in the switch box, all right. All the fuses are blown out.
All of them? But how?
The switch box is full of little beetles. I don't know where they came from, but they caused a short circuit that blew out all the fuses.
They did it on purpose.
Oh, John!
Well, anyway, we'll be using candles tonight. And there's another thing.
What, Martin?
The cellar is full of little white ants. I couldn't find out where they're coming from.
White ants?
Not ants, Martin. Those are termites.
Well, termites, then. They're all over everything.
Termites? They can eat their way through wood. They can eat holes that the other insects can enter through.
Yeah. That's right, isn't it?
Martin, come on. Get 2 insect sprays. We've got to get down there and destroy them before they destroy us.
Listen to them. There must be billions of bugs out there. Crickets, bees, flies, hornets, wasps, ants, every kind of insect there is. It's a good thing you put tight screens on this house.
John!
What is it, Mary?
I thought I felt the house shake then.
Ah, don't let your imagination get you. I didn't feel anything.
No. You must keep control of your nerves.
I suppose I imagined it then. Oh, John, it's almost midnight. Are they ever going to go away?
Maybe not. If the professor's right and they're after him, they'll just hang around until we starve to death. Or until they get in and finish us off.
Oh, Martin, stop it.
Martin is right. We've used up all the Formula 397, and if they ever do get into the house, we're doomed.
I was just thinking that myself.
We have got to get help.
Go out of the house?
Yes.
Oh, no, John.
Not all of us. But maybe if I were to take the car and make a dash for town, they might follow me.
John, that's madness.
In the sedan with all the windows shut, they couldn't get at me, and in town I could get help.
Yeah, you could.
I could make up more Formula 397 at Conway's drugstore, and he and Dr. Guernsey can come back with me. And if we used a big pumper spray, we could destroy every insect that's outside.
No, you mustn't try it.
It sounds like a good idea to me. I'd go, only I couldn't mix the formula.
No, John, you mustn't go out.
Yes, I'm going to do it. If those ants ever get at the car, they'd cut the tires to shreds, and then we would be at their mercy. I've got to go for help while I can.
Then let's all go. We can all get in the car.
It'd be safer to stay here. This house will hold them off for a good while yet. I think the professor's scheme is the best.
All right, Martin. Now, I'll get ready. And then you come downstairs and help me with the garage doors. And you're going to have to open and shut them awfully fast when I take the car out.
Despite Mary's protests, Professor Hansen carried out his plan. With the car tightly closed, the motor racing, Martin flung open the garage doors. The car shot out into the night, the headlights showing great swarms of flying insects in its path. Then Martin swiftly closed and bolted the door again and hurried upstairs.
Well, he's gone.
Oh, why did you let him go?
That ought to be obvious.
What do you mean?
I didn't let him go. I made him go. I put the whole idea in his mind so he'd go off and leave us alone here.
Oh, no.
Sure I did. I'm a bright boy. From now on, it's going to be just you and me and fun.
What are you saying?
John isn't going to come back from his little trip to town.
I don't understand.
Yeah, I'll make it simple. In the first place, all those bugs outside don't mean a thing. When I was in town this morning, Conway the druggist told me it happens out here every 7 years or so. There's something about the way the wind blows that makes millions of bugs come out of the swamp to swarm around this house in certain years.
Oh, but then why did you pretend to believe John when he said it was because they were after him?
Just so as he'd go to town for help. Those bugs are harmless. As soon as the wind shifts, they'll be gone.
But then...
Right this minute, John's driving to town as fast as he can go. And any second now, the steering gear is going to bust.
Martin. No.
Yes, baby, because I fixed it to. And when that steering wheel goes, it'll be curtains for John. The car will hit a tree, and you'll be free to marry me. We'll have Formula 397 and all the dough it'll bring in.
That's murder.
No, it isn't murder. It's being smart.
You murdered John. And I'm guilty, too. Because I didn't make him send you away.
Oh, you never really wanted me to go.
I ought to loathe you. And myself, too, but
But you don't.
No, Martin. I don't.
That's more like it, baby. We'll always be together. Always.
Forever, Martin. Martin.
Huh?
Something's happening.
What?
The house. It's shaking.
Oh, we've got to get out of here. The house is caving in. It's very quick. Grab hold of me. Come on now, before... Look out!
Mr. Conway, can't you drive faster? We must get back to the house.
I'm driving as fast as I can, Professor.
Professor, you must control yourself. That was a serious accident you were in. It's a miracle you weren't killed.
Sure was. Where your car hit that tree, well,
I'm just glad it wasn't me.
Yes, but please drive faster.
Well, I should never have allowed you to return to your home with us. You should be in a hospital.
But, Doctor, my wife and Martin, I've got to save them. Those insects. They hate me. They're out to destroy all of us. They'll kill my wife and Martin if we don't get there in time.
Professor, you must calm yourself. I'm sure it isn't as serious as all that.
Oh, Doctor, you're like everyone else. You don't know how dangerous the insect world is, but I know, and that's why they hate me, and that's why they're out to destroy me and my wife and Martin.
We're almost there. The house is just around this bend in the road.
Yes, but please hurry. You mustn't slow down.
Professor, I got to take this curve slow. After all, we don't want no more...
Good Lord.
The house. It's collapsed. They've wrecked it. The insect have wrecked it.
I told you they were out to get me. Now, come quickly. We must find my wife and Martin.
Come along, Conway. This looks bad.
Yes, Doctor.
Mary! Mary, where are you? Mary, answer me.
Conway, you'd better start looking through the wreckage.
Okay. Mary! Mary, where are you?
Oh, Lord, I've never seen so many bugs in all my life.
If we'd only had more of my Formula 397, we could kill all of them. All of them. But they won't get the better of me. They won't.
Professor, what are you doing? There isn't any spray in that gun. It's empty.
I'll show them. I'll show them.
Doctor. I found them. They're under the wreckage of the house.
Oh, you'd better take me to them, Conway. Perhaps we can...
It's too late, Doc. They're both dead.
Dead? They're dead?
Yes, Professor. They were killed by falling timbers when the house collapsed.
No! It wasn't the falling timbers that killed them. It was the insect world that killed them. They tried to destroy me, and instead they murdered Mary. And now they're trying to break me down, but I won't let them. I won't let them. Formula 397. This spray will destroy them all. Yes. They're dying left and right. They're dying. You see?
Doc, what's wrong with them? That spray gun's empty.
Yes, Conway, I know. I'm afraid he's completely mad. The insect world has destroyed his mind.
This is the mysterious traveler again. And how did you enjoy our visit with the man the insects hated? Too bad about poor Professor Hanson, wasn't it? Yes, they found he'd gone completely mad, and in his madness had completely forgotten his newly discovered Formula 397, which would destroy all insects. Oh, what happened to the copy of the formula which Martin had stolen? Well, strangely enough, when Martin's body was removed from the wreckage, the formula was not in his pockets. Some people say that the insects... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at the same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In today's story, the cast included Maurice Tarplin, Eric Dressler, Helen Shields, and Robert Dryden. Original music was played by Gene Perazzo. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Bob Arthur and David Cogan. Listen next week to a tale titled
I Dream of Dying.
Another strange and terrifying tale of the mysterious traveler. The Mysterious Traveler has come to you from our New York studios. Carl Caruso speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
gentlemen, we now present George Edwards in Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Come in.
Well, not out of bed yet, Herr Doctor? And the sun up 2 hours ago?
I was very tired after my long walk yesterday. And your father kept me up till late, you know.
You should not have listened to him. Papa loves to have a stranger to gossip to. Did he tell you all about the way his father met Bismarck?
And fought in the Napoleonic Wars.
Yeah.
Yes, I think I know most of the family history now.
Where shall I put the hot water, Herr Doctor?
Oh, anywhere you can find some room. I'm sorry to have my things scattered all over the place.
Will you have your breakfast sent up here? It's all ready.
Oh, no, I'll be down in next to no time. Just open that bag and give me out a dressing gown, would you, Gretel? Then I'll get out of bed.
Certainly, Mynheer. Oh, what a lot of funny little bottles. And such a beautiful white color.
What?
What are they for?
What are you talking about? Not that one, girl, not that one. I mean the bag against the wall. Shut it up at once.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mynheer. I did not mean
It's all right. It's all right. I should have told you more carefully. Those are some specimens. I've been making some experiments. If you touch them, it might have spoiled everything.
Oh, I'll be very careful. I will not touch them again, I promise you.
Is it your work to do this room?
Oh, I'd do anything. Help with the cooking, wait at table, make beds.
A real housefrau, eh? How has it come that some of the young men here haven't snapped you up?
I'm not yet 17, Herr Doctor.
Oh, is that really all?
Yeah.
I'd have thought you were 20. You look so grown up, especially now that you've twisted those plaits of yours round your head.
After this week, they'll stop for always. I'm to be married when the priest comes to bless the spring plowing.
To France? The handsome young shepherd I saw you with on the hill?
Yeah, to France.
I'm to be married, too, when I get back to England.
Married? Is this her picture?
Yes, that's it.
Oh, she's very beautiful, Herr Doctor.
No more beautiful than you are, Gretel.
What's the use of being beautiful in a little place like Coralina? No one ever sees you.
France does.
Yeah, France does.
And sometimes strangers come to your village and they see you.
Yeah, and then they go away and never come back. Like that nice Herr Dr. Lanyon. He was the merry one, that one. He made love to all the girls, and even the men did not mind him much.
That sounds almost superhuman. Did he make love to you, Gretel?
No. You see, Franz was always there.
And does Franz never go away?
Only if he has to go to Linz, or when he takes the sheep up into the mountains for the summer.
When does he do that?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yeah. All the sheep are driven away tomorrow. The snow is melted on the mountains now, and there'll be plenty for them to eat on the tablelands.
And how long will he be away?
2 or 3 days. He will be back for the festival, never fear.
I've come just at the right time.
What do you mean, Herr Doctor?
For the festival, of course. What else did you think I meant, pretty Gretel?
Oh, I didn't know.
Are you blushing? You thought I meant something else, eh? Well, suppose I did. Suppose I feel glad that the tall young man of yours will be out of the way for 2 or 3 days.
Oh, you mustn't. Francis, I love him.
Of course you do. But that doesn't mean that you mightn't find somebody else rather pleasant, too. Come over here beside me, Gretel. What a soft white arm you've got.
No, please. You're not to hold me, so I must go.
You really want to go?
Yeah, I must.
Then kiss me before you do.
No, please.
Franz doesn't kiss you that way, eh? You must teach him, my pretty bird.
Your face. Oh, what's happened to it?
What do you mean?
Your eyes, your mouth.
Get out of here. Go this instant. Why, look at my hands. They're changing. I'm changing into Hyde. The tincture, where is it? In that other bag. Let me get some of it. I must take it quickly. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, steady now. Keep calm. There must be no mistakes. No, the salts. That's right. Against the bubble. It's ready. I must drink it down. I must drink it. Oh, my courage fails me. I dread the agony. Come on, you fool. What's the matter with you? Drink it. Drink. Oh.
Herr Doctor, you're feeling better this morning?
Yes, I'm quite recovered. I came down to see the flocks being driven off to the uplands.
That is good. That is good. Gretel will be married to Franz when he gets back from the mountains.
She doesn't seem to want him to go. Look at the way she's clinging onto his arm.
I can't think what's come over her. Ever since yesterday, she's been like one possessed, pale and silent and ready to burst into tears at the least thing. That's a strange thing, love is. You know, Herr Doctor, when I was a young man, I remember how my father once said to me...
Franz, don't go.
Right, Gretel, you little silly. What has come over you? You were quite ready to have me go with the other man yesterday.
Yeah, I know, but now I feel different. I want you to stay here with me.
But I cannot do that, sweetheart. I have my own sheep to look after. And if anything happened to them, we'd lose the fine slip of wool he's promised us. And that's to be the beginning of our fortune, don't forget.
But supposing something happened to either of us, what good would the money be then?
But what is going to happen? I go slowly up the mountain trail with the sheep, and I come down the glacier with the other men, the way I've always done ever since I was a boy. I'm not going to take any risk this time, little bird, with you waiting for me at the foot.
And what if I'm not there?
What? What is the sure saying?
I do not know. I feel uneasy, Franz. I'm frightened.
But why? There's nothing to be frightened of. Has anything happened to make you feel this way? Gretel, look at me. It's not this Englishman who's come here to stay. He hasn't said or done anything, has he?
No, nothing.
Because if he has, by heaven, I'll break every bone in his body for him.
Franz, what are you talking about? He's been sick, you know that. He had a sudden illness yesterday morning.
Oh, that is right. The poor devil. He doesn't look as though he's good for very much even now.
Boss, are you coming?
I'm coming. There's Rudy calling me. I'll have to go now, sweetheart. Come back with a smile and get the roses back into your cheeks before I come. It will only be 3 days.
Yeah, that is all. I will be waiting for you, Franz.
Of course you will. And look out for me as I come across the ice. I'll wear that red scarf you knitted me, and you'll be able to see it a mile away.
Goodbye.
Goodbye now. No more nonsense, man.
No more.
Yeah? That's the last we'll see of the sheep till summer's over. Would you like me to bring a chair out here for you to sit in the sun, Herr Doctor?
No, thanks. I think I'll take a little walk. I hear the wildflowers are wonderful just over the side of that hill.
Yeah, they are. Lily of the valley, hyacinth, gentians, a carpet of flowers. But are you well enough to go that far?
Oh, yes, I'm quite all right. What time is dinner? I'll be back.
Would you like me to send it out to you? The day is so fine. It seems a pity that you should have to come back so soon.
Couldn't I take something with me?
Oh, no. I'll send it out. The bread's not yet out of the oven, and there'll be some fresh pies and cake later on.
Oh, well, if it's no trouble.
No, not at all. Gretel here will take it to you, won't you, child? You take it? Yes.
I won't have time.
What? Not? Oh, the doctor's dinner. You would have time for that.
No.
He's going to take a walk to look at the wildflowers.
No, I won't have time.
Oh, no time?
I have to help with the house and with the cooking, Papa.
Rubbish. Now that the men are away from the village, we'll all have a rest for a few days. And just as well, too, with the wedding next week.
Let me take it with me now. Anything will do.
Oh, no. We don't often have guests from other countries come to stay at our inn. You must have the best. Gretel will take it out to you.
No, I won't go.
Gretel, what's the meaning of this? Have you gone mad?
No, I just don't want to go.
What is this rudeness? Herr Doctor, I apologize.
Oh, don't trouble, Papa Shank. I think I understand. Please don't force her to do anything against her will.
But I can't understand. Such insolence. If she were younger, I would box her ears. You go for your work, Herr Doctor, and leave it to me. You shall have your dinner, and Gretel shall bring it to you. I shall insist.
Papa.
Go into your mother, miss. You are not married yet, remember. And as long as you're in my house, you shall do as I say. Be off with you. That's what comes of being in love, Herr Doctor. It turns the mind. I'll be glad when she's married. Franz is the one to manage her. No nonsense about Franz. I once saw him toss a man just like that because he angered him. No nonsense about Franz.
Unsolved Mysteries. To white men who have lived all their lives in Africa, the feats performed by the witch doctors are beyond understanding. But anyone who has lived in Africa knows them to be true. Whereas those who have not lived in Africa dismiss these phenomena by saying, I don't believe it. The mere saying, I don't believe it, does not, however, dispose of the proven facts. From both banks of the Calabar River in West Africa, the dense jungle stretches forward into tomorrow and backward into yesterday. A soggy, muggy fog rises perpetually from the dank moss. And in the midst of this, nature's primal setting, Harry Hartier, an ivory trader, has made his home. An old hulk of a boat with masts cut away and superstructure remodeled floats on the Calabar River. And this is Harry's home. Tonight, the ivory trader is entertaining a safari bound for the Gold Coast. Natives, glistening black in the moonlight, carry away the empty dinner dishes as the guests, with Harry in their midst, settle down to coffee and cigars.
Well, splendid dinner here, Hartley.
And beautifully served. You have a very comfortable home here on the river.
Oh, yeah. This old hulk has been my trading post and home combined for the best part of 60 years.
Don't you ever long for your native country here, Hartley?
Oh, once in a long, long while, perhaps I think of it. But this Africa is in my blood. Take me away from it and I would die. There's something about it that gets you. Sometimes you do think it's the jungle, and then you think it's the natives. Then you say to yourself, perhaps it's the witch doctors and their magic, and then you sum it all up and decide that it's Africa.
You mentioned witch doctor here, Hartier. Tell me honestly, as an old-timer out here, do they do half the things they're credited with?
Yeah, Captain Parkley, they do. I could keep you up all night with stories of their black magic. I could make your blood run cold, telling you of some of the things I have seen with my own eyes. Oh, but we shan't call it black magic, because often as not, what they do is as white as any white man's medicine.
What do you mean by that, Herr Hartier?
I owe my life to black magic, so-called.
You do?
Yeah, let's hear about it. I know a lot about this Africa now, but when I first come out here, I knew nothing. Nothing. I laughed at witch doctors. I pooh-poohed black magic. I was a white man, and what did these poor black heathens know, anyhow? I was out on the trail of a load of ivory. 6 weeks away from home I was, when I went down with fever. Hans Volkener and Fritz Hoffmann were with me, I remember. It was night, and the lions, they were out on the prowl, and the jungle was uneasy because we, white men, had invaded it.
Better not be make camp tonight, Harry, huh?
Maybe so it is, Hans. I'm tired. I think I have the fever.
If it is the fever that you have, Harry, better it is that you take it finally.
Yeah, Fritz. Order the boys to make a fire. We can camp here, and when they have the baggage laid out, I will find the quinine and take it.
Oh, boy, he makes Boma here. This number one place, Bona, for make camp. You fix him number one, Bona. I get him, boys, fix him Boma.
Yeah, that is good, Cooler. Here, Harry. Better you lie down here, yeah?
Thank you, Fritz. Where is the quinine, Harry?
In the baggage with the yellow waterproof covering.
In this enamel box, Harry?
Yeah, that is the one. Now, the white paper package.
But there is not any white paper package here, Harry.
Not there. No quinine.
Nine, Harry, nine not here. Oh, the other bales. Give us a look. It must be there. It must be there.
Frantically, the two men tear open the bales lying on the ground. The native carriers draw back into the shadows as they see the look of despair on Harry's face, the looks of anguish on the faces of his two friends. Again and again they search the bales, but the life-saving quinine is not to be found. Silently, the two friends seat themselves beside Harry. The natives draw further into the deeper shadows. Even the jungle beasts, sensing the approach of death, draw off into the dense underbrush, leaving the three white men to their thoughts. Fritz hears a step behind him and looks up to see Kula, the number one boy, standing looking down at him. White man medicine no got?
Nein, Kula. White man medicine no got.
Harry wanna die. White man medicine no can find.
Quiet, Kula. You hear? I hear, Fritz. Yeah, Kula. Harry wanna die. Oh, you take Harry Bonnet back to live a home. You not leave me here.
Oh, Harry, yeah. We'll take you back there. White man believe black man medicine. Harry Buona no die.
What is that, Kula?
Harry Buona, Hans Buona, Fritz Buona believe black man witch doctor. Then Harry Buona no die.
Me, Fritz, believe anything, give anything, everything, if Harry Buona get well.
Me, I do the same thing, Kula.
Please speak witch doctor. This white man medicine, where you leave him?
Can you hear, Harry? Where did you leave the quinine? It must be on the desk in my room. Oh, yeah. I remember now. I forgot to pack it.
There, never mind that now, Harry.
Quinine. Quinine, that white man medicine?
Yeah, Kula.
Witch doctor man, he get him.
But Kula, it is 6 weeks' journey back to the river. Even the fastest runner could not do it in less than 5.
Me go now. Speak witch doctor. If witch doctor say yes, you no speak, no say one word. You sit.
You look see all right, but no speak, no move.
Yeah, Cooler. Anything but you say.
Cooler moves into the shadows. The seconds creep by like hours. Each man hears the beating of his own heart, and each man is afraid to look at his friend. Fritz draws a deep, hissing breath as the witch doctor, an old man hideous to look at, comes into the rim of the firelight. With a sharpened twig, the witch doctor draws a crude circle on the ground. Then he gazes fixedly at Harry, lying before him in semi-stupor. Now the witch doctor lies down in the circle, and Kula, bending over him, ties his hands and feet. Slowly, the native carriers, men and women, come into the ruddy glow of the firelight, and slowly they begin to circle the witch doctor. The drums begin to throb, softly at first. Then as the stamping of bare feet becomes more vigorous, the circling more rapid, the drum throbs become a frenzied beat. One by one, the natives fall exhausted to the ground. The long night drags on. The pale light of day breaks over the treetops and through the branches. One single ray of light falls on the witch doctor's feet.
Hans, Alfred, look at the witch doctor's feet. A white package. Gott in Himmel, the package what Harry left at home.
Ja, Fritz. The white package, Fritz. The quinine.
Good Lord, I can hardly believe it.
I can. Your story was so real, I felt I was actually there, sitting beside you in the jungle. I saw it all. Heard the drums, the natives.
Yeah. I am an old man now, but I have not forgotten that night.
I should think you wouldn't. It must have been horrible.
Sure, Captain Barclay. What you see now, why I say that black magic saved my life.
But how do you account for it? How do you explain the transporting of that quinine over 6 weeks' distance in one night?
Oh, I cannot be certain, of course. I have tried to explain it to myself.
An superior explanation.
Very well, I will. But excuse me a moment. I am forgetting. I must see that the guards are posted.
While Herr Hartier sees to the posting of the guards, your sponsor has a word for you. After that, you will hear an explanation. Inasmuch as all the characters of our story are long since dead, in bringing them back to life, the dramatized solution of this mystery must of necessity take considerable liberties with time. Ladies and gentlemen, the solution for which you have been waiting.
To begin with, I should explain that I have done a great deal of reading in order to find a scientific explanation of some of the things achieved by the witch doctors.
Well, what books, for instance, Herr Hartley?
Well, search Fraser's Golden Bow, White and Black Magic by Herr Dr. Hartmann, Roaring Bones.
That's by Gustav of Sweden, isn't it?
Yeah.
Seems to me that he says something about a rifle being transported over a great distance in a short space of time.
Yeah, that is right. Only speaks of one of the Obe who transported himself from the hinterland to a coast in a night every time he wanted to count his money back at the trading post. You understand, thoughts can go to any locality, no matter how far, because all locality is within the sphere of the mind.
That is reasonable.
Under ordinary circumstances, even though thoughts are sent out into the realm of mind, actual consciousness remains with the body.
You mean, then, that it's only one more step to send your inner self, so to speak, on a journey so that you'll be aware of everything you've seen or heard, and can remember it when you return to ordinary consciousness?
Yeah, that is it. And you see, the witch doctor, which Fritz und Hans, and the native boys, all concentrating on bringing the quinine to save me, made it possible for the witch doctor's astral body, although I do not like that word, but it made it possible for him to travel back to the trading post and return with the quinine.
Plus the fact, of course, that the witch doctor has been practicing that very thing for years.
Yeah, you are right. People forget to credit to other people the ability to do things that they themselves cannot do, just as some people are inclined to think of the witch doctors as fakes.
Well, I'll admit that after your story tonight, I'll never think of a witch doctor as a fake again.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you Mr. Charles Boyer in the case of Henri Vibard, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
Oh, Mr. Wilcox, Filbert's taking me to the junior prom tonight. Isn't that exciting?
Why, Dora, my tempestuous teenage neighbor, it's almost as exciting as that exemplary exponent of extra starting dependability, the Autolite Stay Full battery. The battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Gee whiz, Mr. Wilcox, I want to talk about the dance.
Well, so do I, Dora. The dance of delight you devotees of driving will do when you find out how much more you get with an Autolite Stay Full battery. You see, tests show this famous battery gives 70% longer average life than batteries without Stay Full features. And those tests were based on SAE life cycle standards.
Filbert's kept every dance in reserve.
Reserve? That reminds me, Dora. The Autolite Stay Full battery has 3 times as much liquid reserve as batteries without the Stay Full features. That's why it needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Mr. Wilcox, you ought to see.
So, friends, see your neighborhood Autolite battery dealer tomorrow. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. And now, with the case of Henri Vibard and the performance of Charles Boyer, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
I watched the taxicab enter the gate and rolled slowly up the driveway toward the entrance. Gladstone Memorial Rest Home is a big, busy place. Dozens of cars come and go every day, and yet somehow this cab caught my attention and held it. It seemed to fascinate me. As it approached, yes,
I got a definite feeling of menace from it. These warnings, these premonitions, they come to me whenever I'm in danger. Danger? What danger? The cab stopped just below my window, and a man got out. Sergeant Jack Freeman of the London Bureau of Missing Persons. He came here often, checking on new arrivals. Nothing to fear from Freeman. He's just a big, good-natured moron. But now he was assisting a woman from the cab. The sight of her made something snap inside my head. The woman was Mary, my wife. Mary, the sudden sight of her made me furious. I would have enjoyed striking her dead then and there. But how was it possible? Mary, free? Walking around like a decent woman? She'd been convicted of murder. Sentenced to life in prison. Now, was it possible she was out on parole? No. English justice is harsh with killers. And Mary's crime had been cold-blooded murder. Suddenly I understood. Mary was being brought here to Gladstone Rest Home to identify me. Such simple people. Trap and Vibard. It was amusing. I might have a few unpleasant moments, but that would be all. I would make a fool of her. I'd always made a fool of her. I remained by the window for some time, planning just what to say and how to act. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Oh, this would be Dr. Sampson, the chap who runs this place. Nice fellow, Sampson. Not too smart, but... Come in.
Good afternoon, Monsieur Leclerc.
Oh, Dr. Sampson, come in.
You have a visitor. Sergeant Freeman again. He'd like another chat with you in my office.
Oh, Freeman, the bloodhound. Tell me truly, Doctor, does he ever find any of the people he looks for?
Oh, indeed he does. Hundreds of them every year.
Well, he has failed utterly in my case.
With you, Monsieur, he has a good excuse. Most victims of amnesia have people searching for them. Friends or relations who can identify them. I'm beginning to think you'll just have to recover your own memory.
Recover my memory? I wish I could forget. A few minutes later, I was sitting across the desk from Sergeant Freeman. I had the upper hand, of course, because I knew what was coming. As usual, he was humble, apologetic, and yet, for the first time since I'd known him, I got a definite feeling that he was deliberately trying to trap me, catch me in some trifling mistake. Yes, I have an instinct that warns me.
Just a few more questions, Monsieur Leclerc.
Well, as many as you like, Sergeant. You're looking very well.
Oh, thank you, sir. Now, think hard, sir. Does the name Vibard mean anything to you? Henri Vibard?
Vibard? Vibard. No, I can't say it does.
How about Falmouth? Ever spend a summer at Falmouth down in Cornwall?
Never heard of the place, Sergeant.
Yeah, very well. How about the name Willard, an American, retired sea captain? Sickly old fellow in a wheelchair.
Oh, tell me more about him, Sergeant.
Well, sir, unless we're wrong again, you married his daughter.
Oh, a wife and a father-in-law. You're very generous, Sergeant. Did you bring them along?
Captain Willard was an invalid. He committed suicide. Felt he stood in the way of his daughter's happiness. Left a bit of money, though, about 10,000 pounds.
I could hardly keep from laughing at Freeman. He went on telling how Mary and her father came to England on a visit, how I met her at Falmouth, how her father objected to our romance. Freeman had most of the facts straight, except that Captain Willard did not commit suicide. No, I arranged that little matter. It was quite easy. He suffered from a bad heart condition. Took strychnine for it. So I managed to contrive an overdose for him. I put it in his pot of tea. Rather bitter tea, I imagine, but then he liked it strong. When Mary and I returned from the beach, he was dead. But he didn't leave 10,000 pounds, more like 5,000. Freeman went on with the story.
Well, completely wrong. You and Mary Willard were married. Settled up Captain Willard's estate, which is practically all cash.
then went up to London to live. Now, Monsieur Leclerc, does none of that strike a familiar note?
You seem to think it should. Why, Sergeant Freeman?
Because you'll be identified from those pictures we took of you when you first came here.
Really? Who? Oh, the woman, of course.
Yes, sir. Mrs. Vibard says you are her husband.
Well, she probably discovered that I have money, and...
How? How could she possibly know that?
Well, you could have told her, Sergeant Freeman. Innocently, of course. It's no secret. Oh, I don't mind, but it makes me a perfect target for designing women.
One moment, Monsieur Leclerc. Let's talk about your money for a while. Doesn't it strike you as strange that a man could walk into this rest home, as you did 3 years ago, carrying $200,000 in American money?
Well, of course it's strange.
Suppose you had committed a crime. Wouldn't it have been a perfect way to elude the police?
Yes, but if I were a criminal, you would have my fingerprints. You said so yourself 3 years ago. Remember?
You came here carrying nothing but money. No extra clothing, no papers, nothing by which you could be identified.
Now, Sergeant, what sort of crime are we discussing?
Murder?
It would have to be murder. You detectives. And who did I kill?
Well, to be honest about it, we don't know.
Oh, just anyone. To be this woman's husband, I must have murdered somebody. Well, that makes her very attractive, I'm sure. Tell me, did she help me with a job?
She was tried for the murder, convicted, and sentenced to spend the rest of her life in prison. Would you care to hear about it?
Well, not particularly, but it's part of your job, and we've rather taken over Dr. Sampson's office. That's quite all right. I find this very interesting. Well, it's not interesting to me, because Freeman had the story all wrong. Just knew Mary's side of it, and there was so much she didn't know. We buried the old man, got married, collected the old man's insurance, and went up to London to live. It was very nice for a few months, but the money didn't last long. Very soon I was broke. Nasty feeling, being broke. Makes me nervous, uncertain of myself. Fortunately, just as things were getting really bad, I met an American friend, a chap I had met in New York a few years before, named Nate Blackburn. He had a lot of American bonds, hot bonds he called them, but he didn't know how to dispose of them. It was a simple matter for me with my connections on the continent. Blackburn stipulated one thing. He wanted to be paid in American dollars. That delayed matters for a few days, and finally, when I received the money, I decided not to share it with Blackburn. So, instead of keeping my appointment with him, I went to my hotel, sent Mary out on a fool's errand, and packed my grips for a quick disappearance. I'm very clever at quick disappearances. I was all packed, ready to leave, when there was a knock on the door. That startled me. Blackburn didn't know where I was living, and Mary couldn't get home for an hour. Who could it be? Again the knock. My nerves steadied down. They never fail me in a tight spot. Hello? What is it?
Sergeant Randall, Scotland Yard.
Well, what do you want?
Some information, that's all, sir. Did you attend the Palladium last night with a man named Nate Blackburn?
Why, yes. Yes, I did. What about it?
We're trying to find Mr. Blackburn. Do you have his address?
No, look here. I'm trying to catch a train. I know very little about Nate Blackburn, except that he is a thoroughly respectable businessman.
You've been misled, Mr. Vibard. Nate Blackburn's a bad one. Tell me, did he talk to you about bonds?
Bonds? What sort of bonds?
Stolen bonds, Mr. Vibard. They're part of an American post office robbery during which 2 policemen were killed. Only today we traced the bonds to Nate Blackburn. But he seems to have disappeared.
No, this is too silly. Please, clear out. See me some other day.
Oh, too bad, sir. I can't. We must get Nate Blackburn's address.
Well, suppose I say I don't know it.
Oh, I can't accept that, Mr. Vibard. Perhaps you better come along with me to the yard. If you can convince Captain Nichols...
Now, one moment, please. Blackburn did give me his address. Well, if I remember it and give it to you, will you go away and stop bothering me?
Mr. Vibard, I asked you a simple question. All I want is an honest answer.
All right. I'll give it to you. Blackburn lives at the Afton Hotel, Suite 618.
You dirty, rotten, scurvy rat.
No. I mean it. He's probably there right now. Here, I'll get him on the telephone.
Never mind the phone. Of course he's there. Waiting for you to show up with our money. Where is it?
What became of your English accent?
Come up with that dough and quick.
Well, I don't have it. I put the money in the mail.
I've been tailing you all day. I saw you sell the stuff an hour ago. Come on, Vibard. I want the money.
That gun doesn't frighten me. You wouldn't dare kill me.
No, but I can put a couple of slugs in your legs. How about that? Want to be a cripple the rest of your life?
No, wait. Wait. I intended to deliver the money to Nate personally, but, well, since he doesn't trust me, now, please, put that gun away. There, that's better. I have an aversion to firearms.
Where's the money?
There, in that drape on the table.
Huh?
The small one.
Good. Old bills. Not in sequence. Can't see any marks.
Drop that money.
Huh? Hey, what's that thing? A gun?
Put that money on the table.
Let's see that gadget.
Stand still. Don't move.
Don't tell me it shoots real bullets.
Stop. Stay where you are. Stay away from me.
Give me that thing.
Stop, I said. I shoot.
Come on, hand it over.
No. You jack. You silly.
He fell dead right at my feet.
Autolite is bringing you Charles Boyer in the case of Henri Vibard, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Hey, Dora, what's the matter? You look blue.
Filbert just called. His car wouldn't start because the battery's dry, and now we can't go to the dance.
Dry your eyes, my pretty neighbor. I'll lend Filbert my car.
Oh, gee, thanks, Mr. Wilcox. You're wonderful.
No, not half as wonderful as the Autolite Stay Full battery, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
If Filbert knew that, he wouldn't be stuck.
Oh, now, don't be hard on poor Filbert. He just hasn't heard that the Autolite Stay Full battery has a fiberglass retaining mat, protecting every positive plate to keep the power-producing material in place for longer battery life. Why, in recent tests, based on SAE life cycle standards, Autolite Stay Full batteries gave 70% longer average life than batteries without Stay Full features.
I can hardly wait to get started.
Well, you don't have to wait to get started with an Autolite Stay Full battery. It's a demon for starting stamina and needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
I'll tell Filbert to remember.
You're always right with Autolite. And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage our star, Charles Boyer, in the case of Henri Vibard. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
It's a terrible thing to kill a man like that. To see him go limp and pitch forward on his face. Just the memory of it made me sick. I must have betrayed my feelings because Sergeant Freeman stopped whatever he was saying.
Anything wrong, sir?
Oh, pardon me, Sergeant Freeman. My mind strayed for a moment from what you were saying.
But you look ill, monsieur.
What?
Are you sure you feel all right?
I'm quite all right, Dr. Sampson. Sergeant Freeman, please continue with your story. I found it quite interesting.
Oh, thank you, sir. Well, when Madame Vibard returned, her husband had a fantastic story to tell her. Only a woman in love could have believed it.
Fantastic tale. There you have an example of Sergeant Freeman's intelligence. Fantastic? It was a masterpiece. Far above anything his meager brain could understand. I think I told you how my mind works best in a crisis. Well, it worked now, like a well-oiled machine. I've nothing to fear from the police. I could explain this dead man as a thief or a burglar. But what about Nate Blackburn? After this, it never stopped looking for me. Nate is a killer. Human life means nothing to him. No, I'd have to disappear. Make it absolutely convincing. Well, I could do just that. No one, not even my adoring wife, would ever hear of me again. I would dissolve into thin air and take $200,000 with me. The sight of the dead man sickened me. So I dragged him into the bedroom and closed the door. Then I sat down and planned out every detail of the wonderful scheme. Of course, I wiped my fingerprints from the little gun I had used
and left it on the table where my wife would be sure to handle it. Funny thing, Nate and I had talked about fingerprints. He had bragged that none of his men had ever been fingerprinted. Neither had I. Maybe that's what gave me the inspiration. By the time Mary came home, I had every detail of my plan.
Hello, dear. Your man didn't show up, maybe. Tell me, what's the matter?
Mary, I'm in trouble.
Trouble, dear? What?
I killed a man.
Henry, don't fool about such things.
I'm not fooling, Mary. Look, here.
Oh.
No, don't go in.
Henry, who is it? How did it happen?
Good girl. I was afraid you'd go to pieces.
Never mind me. What about you?
Well, I'm in for it, I guess.
No, it couldn't have been your fault. You wouldn't hurt anyone. Please, Henry, how did it happen?
Well, this man in there, he gave me some bonds. Asked me to sell them for him. I lost them. Don't ask me how. Some thief must have picked my pocket. Anyway, this man came up here today and demanded the bonds or the money from them. I tried to explain, to reason with him, but he wouldn't listen. He got rough, and I managed to get that little gun of yours. We struggled for it, went off, and... Well...
No, but it was self-defense.
Oh, what English jury would believe that? The man did give me the bonds before witnesses. Who would believe I didn't sell them and keep the money and then kill that man to keep him from talking? We've got to be practical, Mary.
Did you call the police?
No. I waited for you.
Why, Henry, why?
Because there is a possible way out if you'll stand by me.
Stand by you? Why, I'll do anything you say.
Mary, it will take nerve. If you weaken...
Henry, you're my husband. I love you. Tell me what to do, and I'll do it.
If all life's problems were as simple as women. I told her my plan. The dead man looked like me in a general way. My size, black hair, eyeglasses. And after he dropped 20 floors to the street, he wouldn't have any features. Mary would simply hurry downstairs, perhaps a bit hysterical, which would be difficult in the circumstances, identify my broken body, and allow herself to be consoled. Could be suicide or an accident, whichever suited her. Only she forgot. She forgot about the bullet in the man's body. Yes, the bullet that would convict her of killing her own husband. My plan was a great inspiration, but it had one terrifying angle. To make identification complete, I had to change clothes with a dead man. That was a fearful ordeal, nightmare, but it had to be done. It was almost too much for me, but I think I told you, I'm equal to anything if I put my mind to it. But I'll take to my grave the horrible memory of dragging that body to the bedroom window and pushing it through. I walked down the back stairs, 20 flights of them. I saw the crowd in the street around the body. I took a bus, the first one I saw. I changed to another and another, destroying everything that might identify me, but keeping the little bag filled with money.
It's quite a coincidence, Monsieur Leclerc.
What? I didn't get that.
I say it's quite a coincidence that you came to this rest home the day following the murder of Henri Vibard.
Well, very well. Make the most of it. Dr. Sampson, do you consider that coincidence? I had to come here sometime.
Yes, Sergeant Freeman. Since he's here, he had to come sometime.
Well, apparently you've brought this woman with you. Bring her in. Let's get through with this farce.
Thank you. That's what will be done. Madame Vibard, will you come in, please?
The big moment. And I wasn't even excited. I'm like that. Little things may bother me, but big things, really important things, and my nerves are like steel. Mary walked into the room. I looked at her without a flicker of an eye. She was a changed girl now, so different from the girl I married. Prison does that, I suppose. She was looking at me. Our eyes met and held. For a moment, there seemed a shadow of doubt in her face. Then she took a step toward me.
Hello, Henry.
Now, young woman, please. Don't try to involve me in your troubles. I have plenty of my own.
And it won't do. You can't get away with it.
Now, Dr. Sampson, this woman is either crooked or crazy.
Let's take this calmly. Madame Vibard, you're positive this man is your husband?
Oh, yes. This is Henry Vibard. He pronounces it Henri.
Never mind the pronunciation. Is he the man?
Yes, sir. He's changed a little. It's only 3 years. But he looks older. His hair has turned grey, and he isn't wearing his glasses, but he's the same
Glasses?
man.
One moment, please. I never wore glasses in my life. My vision is perfect.
Monsieur Leclerc, that is your name. Suppose you try to read this newspaper without glasses.
Oh, no. Look, I'm in no mood to give demonstrations just to please.
There, you see, he doesn't dare. Make him try. Can't read a word. I tell you, not a word.
Monsieur Leclerc, it might be expedient. It would certainly settle the issue once and for all. Oh, very well, Doctor. Since you suggest it, give me the paper. I pretended to be nervous, just to give them a thrill. Then I opened the paper to the want ad. Read them off glibly. The small print. Glasses? I've got eyes like a hawk. Mary didn't know that because the summer I met her, I was avoiding the police, and part of my disguise included glasses and touching up my prematurely gray hair. I never told Mary. I didn't know how far I could trust her. When I finished reading the paper, Mary just stared at me, unable to believe the evidence of her own eyes. Silent for a moment, then...
I'm sorry, sir.
Well, perhaps this young woman can think up some other difficult trick she'd like me to perform.
Trick? It was a trick. He can't read.
Madame Vibard, we've had quite enough.
No, this is my husband. He's fooled you. That's all. That paper. It's a trick.
Of course, a trick. I did it with mirrors. Young woman, you're not clever. You've got plenty of nerve, all right, but you're not clever.
No.
Why didn't you say I have a mole on my right shoulder, a small scar on my hip, and very flat feet? Almost anyone could have told you these things. I use a swimming pool every day. Sergeant Freeman, I can't applaud your part in this. For 3 years, I've done my best to help you. Because I thought you were trying to help me regain my memory and take my rightful place in society. But I must tell you, sir, I no longer feel that way. Not after you tried to connect me with this jailbird.
Jailbird? That's right. Henry, I'm a jailbird, and I deserve to be. I helped you, and that was wrong. But don't think you're safe. I'll rot and die in prison, but you won't know about it. You'll be dead.
For heaven's sake, take this woman away.
Yes, Sergeant. Come along, Madame Vibard.
No, let me tell him something. Have you forgotten Nate Blackburn, Henry? Well, he hasn't forgotten you.
Blackburn?
Blackburn came to me in prison, and I told him the whole thing. By tomorrow, he'll know right where to find you.
He knows. Now. There, in the doorway, stood Nate Blackburn, a gun in his hand. He was smiling. Dr. Sampson and Freeman started forward, but he waved them back with a gun. No one spoke as he walked across the room and stopped in front of me.
Hello, Frenchy.
Well, there's some mistake.
Yeah, but you made it, Frenchy. I had a hunch you'd get together with your wife, sooner or later. I spent a lot of time and money keeping an eye on her. Look here, my man, put away that gun. That sort of thing doesn't go in this country. You're right, Copper, I know. Only this is a special occasion. You won't get a mile away. I know that, too.
No, Blackburn, I'll give you the money.
What money? Will that bring back Jack Randall? Will it put this girl back in circulation?
Listen to me. I can explain if you let me. It wasn't like you think at all. Nate, we used to be pals. Remember? New York, San Francisco, Paris. We had lots of fun. I bailed you out in Rio. I'll make good, Nate. I swear I will. Only... No, don't. I can square it. So, I lasted, after all. You didn't think I could, did you, Doctor? You don't know me? Anytime I really try, I can't.
Dr. Sampson, can you sign this confession?
I doubt it, Sergeant. He's too badly off. Yes, I can. No, I didn't think he could.
Is he gone?
That's all. Strange fellow. Not at all the criminal type.
Hmm? What is the criminal type, Doctor? I've never found it.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Charles Boyer.
Mr. Wilcox, why do you always say you're always right with Autolite?
Because, little jitterbug, it's true. Autolite makes more than 400 products for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars. Generators, coils, distributors, voltage regulators, wire and cables, starting motors, electric windshield wipers. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. Don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite, original factory parts, at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday for Suspense, our star will be Mr. Broderick Crawford. The play is called Deadline, and it is, as we say, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. Tonight's Suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Case of Henri Vibard is an original play written for radio by Bradbury Foote. Charles Boyer may soon be seen in the Douglas Sirk production, The First Legion.
You can buy Autolite Stay-Full batteries, Autolite standard or resistor spark plugs, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you the 1 Millionth Joe, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear, and starring Mr. Jack Carson.
I'm Al Gerzant. From A to Z in public relations is how I bill myself. And there was this stunt which I dreamed up for the Bureau of Better Business Promotion to pay off the 4th of July weekend. But I hadn't counted on the fireworks, which in this case was a big 45 jammed in the middle of my back.
Yes, in a moment, Mr. Jack Carson, and a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Say, Wilcox, if the bases are loaded with 2 men out, who's the boy you'd like to see up there at bat?
Why, the spark plug of the team, of course. The lad who's right there with that surefire, never-miss power. Say, that reminds me of ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. You see, Autolite spark plugs are a vital part of the team, too.
Well, how do you mean, part of what team?
Well, just this half. Autolite engineers engineer complete ignition systems used as original factory equipment on many makes of America's finest cars. So naturally, they engineer Autolite spark plugs to work as a perfect team, with the coil, distributor, and all the other important parts of a car's ignition system. And that's mighty important.
Yeah, I see. That's what you mean when you say Autolite spark plugs are ignition engineered.
Absolutely right, Hap. That's why they can't be beat for quick starting, smooth performance, and gas mileage. So, friends, see your friendly Autolite spark plug dealer tomorrow. Have worn-out spark plugs replaced with world-famous ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. Whether you choose the resistor type or the standard type, you can't buy a better spark plug for your car because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with the 1 millionth Joe and the performance of Jack Carson, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Yes, I'm Al Jazant, like I said. I started to tell you about this publicity stunt I dreamed up for the Bureau of Better Business Promotion. Well, me and some businessmen with a few reporters, cameramen, and such were out at the airport.
The Transworld Argus, Flight 24 from Chicago. Transworld Argus, Flight 24.
Now, come on, gang. This will be at Gate 5. Come on, Crowley, fellas, boys and girls. Hey, Tiny, you got that camera hot? You got your oranges, Mr. Wilder?
Yeah. I still think a three-piece band looks paltry, Sant.
Paltry schmaltry, Mr. Wilder. What we care about is newspaper coverage. Now, stand back when they start coming through the gate.
Arriving Gate 5, passengers from the Bobcat line, Flight 16 from Houston.
Well, another plane. Is this a horse race or is this a horse race? Boy, oh, boy.
I declare I'm all over goosebumps. That's the plane you chartered, Algie, for all these relatives you're ringing in?
Oh, lay off. This deal's on the level.
Who you kidding? He takes his cut coming and going.
Lay off. Look. Hey, here they come, so stand back. You count, Wilder, and me and Mr. Allen will nab it. The last number was 999,990.
10 to go. Okay. 991. 992. 993.
Well, if I have to say so myself, I'm a pretty smooth operator. At this moment, I had one client, the Bureau of BBP, and the stunt I dreamed up for them was a hummer. This was the setup. Nab the 1 millionth Joe through the airport, be he male, female, or what have you, and give this lucky character a 24-hour whirl in the house. Pictures, prizes, tickets to this and that. And all the businesses had chipped in, and it was a good fat kitty. And it worked out to be near the 4th of July, which was a great tie-in. So now, a herd of passengers was stampeding through Gate 5 from two planes. The big Chicago plane and the little one from Houston. And all unbeknownst to them, lightning was about to strike.
996.
Hey, ain't this exciting, fellas, huh? Well, ain't it?
997. Hey, it's going to be that good. 998. That guy in the gray hat's moving up there. 999.
Hey, stand back, will you? Hey, you watch it, mister.
Now, you stupid ape. Watch where you're going. Well, go on, if you're in such a hurry.
Hey, and the guy wins. He knocked the gal out of the running. 1 million. That's him.
One moment, sir. I want to congratulate you. Who are you?
Look over here, mister. Over here. Look this way. Give it here. Ring the flowers around his neck.
Let go. You've made a mistake. Let go. No, look. They can't get pictures when you jump around like that.
I don't want my picture taken. Let go.
How's this, Crowley? Mister, unbeknownst to you, you are the 1 millionth passenger to walk through these gates.
Let me go, or I'll...
As guest of the Bureau of BBP, from now on until the 4th of July, your hotel is paid for. You will visit the Lion Farm and... Mister, hold still.
Pick on someone else. I don't want anything.
You will lunch with a motion picture star, eat at a world-famous restaurant, be the recipient of many free gifts gratis. A Michelin cake, 2 dozen sports shirts, 2,000 cans of dog food, a free airplane pass to anywhere in the whole wide world. Something strikes your fancy.
An airplane pass to, say, Brazil?
Sure, you name it. Yes, sir? Even to the romantic land of your dreams south of the border. Now, sir, what is your name?
I'm A.D. Thompson.
And where you from, Mr. Thompson?
Missouri.
Businessman?
Missouri. Yes, Ruggs, retired.
Did you plane to here from Chicago or from Houston, Mr. Thompson?
Houston.
Hold up one of these oranges, Mr. Thompson, and tuck the crate under your arm.
Oh.
And smile.
Smile.
That's it. Snap it, Tiny. On behalf of the Great Valley Citrus Company, it gives me pride and pleasure.
So how was I to know that the trouble was giving me the leer? He looked surefire. Mr. A.D. Thompson, middle-aged, middle-sized, middle-ugly. Mr. John Q. Public himself. Well, in the meantime, that blonde, the one Mr. Thompson rammed out of line on the other side of the gate, she'd been standing by listening. She was a tall, rangy, good-looking blonde, and, all of a sudden she moved in on me.
You running this powwow, Buster? By rights, all those prizes belong to me.
Oh, no. Honey, play fair.
Mr. Thompson here sideswiped me, or I would have come through the gate ahead of him.
Technically, miss, Mr. Thompson came through first.
Look, my shin hurts, and I don't like being shoved around. Win or lose, I can make trouble, Buster. I can sue you cross-eyed, and you know it.
That you can. That she can, Mr. Wilder.
I say that the Bureau gets sued, you'll be... well, now, miss, the Bureau wants to be perfectly fair and square with you. Only I don't see how.
In most contests where there's a tie, they have to give duplicate prizes, Mr. Wilder.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Hey, yes, that's right. We'll give duplicate prizes.
Well, that's more like it.
Okay, music, boys. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, we have a Miss 1 in a Million also. Tell the boys your name, honey, where you're from, and what you think of sunny California.
Well, I'm Vera Valerie. I've lived all over. Just flew in from Chicago. Been singing in a place out there.
A canary, boy.
And I think California's just wonderful.
Give us a big smile, Miss Valerie. Thank you.
This way, Miss Valerie.
The girl.
Where's the guy with the grapefruit?
So the doll was declared in, which was okay by me. In fact, every time she said hello, it was plain old nuclear fission with me. But that's not strictly a part of this story. Well, anyhow, from the airport, I carted Thompson and Vera Valerie to the Hotel Diplomat, where I lived myself, on a Duville. There was considerable yammer about that extra free room gratis for Vera, but finally the manager coughed up another single. There were some hours to kill before we could go out to the lion farm, so I took a cold shower, made a few calls, and then wended my way to the Whispering Palm.
Well, high time, Buster. I'm free up on you.
Yeah, well, I got problems now. Henry, bring me a Parsons Pitfall. Hey, how they treating you, honey? What's the number of your room?
4-something. 412, 420. Well, I know it's the 4th floor.
For that, I'll check. Yeah, I got headaches with this stuff, but you're worth it, doll.
Oh, I'll bet. When I barged into the act, you wanted to wring my neck.
No. I was only figuring how I could swing the whole show for you without Thompson.
Oh, sweet. Well, since Wilder's promised double prizes.
Yeah, but I got to deliver on Big Mouth's promises, and the fur joint says one make cape, period.
Oh.
Also, France World told me they aren't serving double passes to Brazil this season. But Thompson doesn't look like the mink coat type to me. We can give him the... Oh, but Dow, it was a trip that you wanted.
Oh, forget it. Only why is Thompson so anxious to get the pass?
I don't know.
Look, Buster, I bought the newspapers. Did you read this?
Texas police hunt ruthless killer. Yeah, I noticed the headline. Why?
Read the story.
Sheriff's Office, Pikesville, Texas, reported discovery of 2 murdered men. Highway 26, 12 miles northeast of town. Dead men members of gang who held up Arcana Oil Company's offices in Pikesville. Why, I don't get the drift.
Pikesville's near Houston, isn't it? Sort of.
Yeah. Police believe they were double-crossed by 3rd member of gang who shot them, making off with entire loot from robbery.
Notice how Thompson hung on to that briefcase?
Nearly $100,000 in large denomination bills. Wow. The serial numbers are so. No description of killer available.
Interesting.
You got something. He wouldn't want to spend any of those bills here, but in Brazil.
Do we tip off the cops?
$100,000. Huh? Yeah, no, not yet. Let me handle this, Doll. I'll stall him on that pass to Brazil till we know for sure.
You wouldn't make a deal with them, would you, Buster?
Oh, me? That wouldn't be ethical. Well, we gotta have proof, honey. I'll admit it, we gotta have proof. Which was the truth, but not quite the whole truth. That I now admit. You see, the thought of that 100 G's had sent me into a spin, and I wanted time to figure out how I could cut in on those sweet, crisp dineros. If I could prove that Thompson was my man. Well, that afternoon, Thompson kind of played right into my hands. We were out to the lion farm. The boys were snapping pictures of Vera cuddling the king of beasts when Thompson, clutching that briefcase, pulled me off to one side.
No more pictures of me, Aunt. And keep the ones they took at the airport out of the papers.
Keep them? Say, that wouldn't be ethical.
What do you mean?
Well, no paper's going to print 2 pictures on this stunt, and... No offense, Thompson, but whose puss would you choose if you was a desk man? Yours or Vera's? Which held him for the nuts. And I had one more angle on Mr. T. That he was afraid somebody somewhere would know him from his picture. Well, that evening, we were in for Mike Romanoff's and Cero's and Slapsy Maxie's. And for such a whirl, I was dressed up like a dog's dinner, so I went up to my room to change.
in, son. Close the door.
Well, Thompson, what are you doing here? Waiting for me? Hey, you're not going to Romanov dressed like...
I'm not going out this evening.
Yeah? Okay. There's no skin off me if you buy your own dinner.
How soon do I get that ticket?
Ticket, chum?
To Brazil. How soon can I leave?
Well, I guess there are flights every day to Mexico, and from there to Brazil...
Get my ticket for tomorrow night.
Well, now, that's one of the prizes that you and Vera got to toss for. You see,
Get that ticket tomorrow. Give her the mink cake, give her anything, everything. But I want that airplane pass.
Oh, it's clear you want it, but...
I
Vera...
want it, and I'm going to have it.
Huh? Would you have a little deal in mind?
Deal?
Or words to that effect?
Maybe. Or maybe not. Get the ticket and we'll talk. But deal or not, Zat, there's nothing I won't do to get that pass. Do you understand? Nothing.
I understand. Nothing.
Autolite is bringing you Jack Carson in the 1 Millionth Joe. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater thrills, Suspense.
Hey, Harlow, did you ever notice that if one ball player goes into a slump, the whole team seems to bog down?
Well, that's natural, Hap. Each man is a vital part of the team, just as spark plugs are a vital part of the team that makes up the ignition system of your car. And Autolite spark plugs are ignition engineered by the same Autolite engineers who design complete ignition systems, used as original factory equipment on many makes of America's finest cars.
They have team spirit, eh, Wilcox?
Right, Hap. Autolite spark plugs are built to function as a perfect team with the coil, distributor, and all the other parts of the ignition system. Why, ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs are world famous for their quality and dependability.
Unexcelled for quick starting, smooth performance, and gas mileage.
Right you are, Hap. So stop in at your friendly Autolite dealers tomorrow. Have worn-out spark plugs replaced with ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. Whether you choose the resistor type or the standard type, you're always right with Autolite.
And now Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage our star, Jack Carson, in the 1 Millionth Joe. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
So I showed Vera the town that night, along with some reporters, and without the truculent Mr. T. As I told Thompson, there was no skin off me if he bought his own dinner. Anyway, I was real glad that Vera and I could finish that evening alone. It was a last night spot schedule, and therefore on the cut. The place was jumping, and the newsboys was having a high old time. Garson, another round of drinks here.
That's the way to talk on you, boy.
How about champagne?
Yeah, you don't want the bureau. Cheap, Algy, boy.
What about my dance with Miss Valerie?
Well, I'm willing and waiting.
And now, wait up, boys. While you're still sober and able to lift.
Speed!
I got an announcement to make. You ought to all be at the airport tomorrow night for Transworld's part in this stunt.
The free pass. Where to, Algy?
Who's going?
The free pass it is, but I want you boys to have a little suspense. Just be at the airport from 10 p.m. on. One or another of our two winners will be taking off for parts unknown, but who or where to, you got to be there to see.
Hey, Buster, you didn't tell me.
Yeah, well,
yet.
come on, Vera. Let's you and me bunny hunt. Drink up, you mugs, and don't be bashful about asking for more of the same.
Buster, you haven't...
Come on, Vera.
Oh, Buster, tell me.
Now, come on, doll. Just snuggle up and dance. Smooth.
I saw you and Thompson huddling at the Lion Farm.
Yeah, well, he was telling me that he's camera shy.
Oh, he is he?
But later in my room, Thompson showed his teeth. Said I should hand over that pass to Brazil or else.
Oh, look, we got to tip off the cop.
Oh, sure, honey, since we got proof.
Proof?
Yeah.
This phony blows in from Houston clutching a briefcase to his breast, nearly blows his top when you pick him out of the crowd until you mention an airplane pass.
Not enough.
Not enough?
Look, if I call in the cops and Thompson turns out to be only a gink with a screw loose, I'm in trouble. Capital T trouble. You got to see my side.
Then what are you doing to get more proof?
That's where you come in. Do you think you could get Thompson to flash some of that dough, if he has it?
Come again?
Well, figure out some way to make him show his money. See if it comes out of the briefcase and if it's in big denomination bills.
Oh, yeah. Maybe.
Well, tackle him first thing in the morning. First thing in the morning, I'll get the ticket. Then the first chance we get, we compare notes.
And if what I find out adds up?
Then you be packed and ready to leave tomorrow night.
To Brazil? Maybe I want to go later. And maybe I want to go to Honolulu.
Maybe. After the spouting I just did to the reporters, somebody's got to be in that plane, or Louie, my stunt. Which, so far as this story goes, wound it up for that night. Now, Vera, was she ever the deluxe type? I freely admit, she rocked me. Yeah, well, come morning, I was up with the birds or thereabouts. I checked and found out that Vera had lassoed Mr. Thompson for breakfast. So far, so good. So I hustled myself down to Transworld and got the ticket. A long green strip of confetti. Rio and return. Then the big day commenced, and Thompson came along. No doubt to keep an eye on me. So me and Vera weren't able to huddle until some hours later on a soundstage out at Colossus Pictures.
When they've got this shot lined up, I'll introduce you folks to Vincent. He's the director. I'm producing this. Mr. Thompson, did you say you were in rug?
Yes, retired.
The rug we use in this set might interest you.
That's a good idea, Arthur. Give the rug a once-over, Mr. T.
This way, Mr. Thompson. You see in a picture of the producer.
Buster, I got him to show me his money.
Yeah? Out of the briefcase?
Yeah. He took the briefcase along to breakfast.
How'd you work it?
Well, I ordered everything I could see on the menu.
Yeah.
And when the waiter brought our check, it was almost $16. Well, I fished around in my purse and said, how perfectly awful. I've only got $1.75 to my name. You'll have to pay the check, Mr. T, and let me pay you back. Well, the waiter was standing off giving us a cold eye. So Thompson unzips his briefcase a couple of inches and fishes out a $500 bill.
5 C's?
I could have died. There till I was bug-eyed trying to read the serial number. And, Buster, you're going to be proud of me. The number was C1240653.
What? You remember the whole number?
Yeah. I got a mind for numbers. Never forget a phone number or an address. What are you looking at?
Oh, this is the list of serial numbers. Say that number again, Doll.
C1240653.
That's it. One of the bills for the Pikesville holdup. Yeah, but if the hotel got it, they may check.
Now, they don't have it. All of a sudden, Thompson grabbed the bill back and said, we don't have to pay for breakfast. That's part of the prize.
We're rolling. Quiet, please.
So Mr. T thinks he can play rough with me, eh? $100,000.
So now will you call the cops?
Not so fast, honey. You said you'd let me handle this, and I
Quiet,
had to figure out something.
Shut up before I have you thrown out.
Which is how they sometimes treat us flacks in Hollywood, and us the backbone of the industry. Yeah, well, that's business. But I let it ride this time since it got me out of a tight squeeze with Vera. You see, this is how I had it figured. I'd put it up to Thompson what I needed. Then if he didn't cut me in for a healthy slice of 100 G's, there was always the cops, from whom there was undoubtedly a big reward. That way I could play for the big money and still hedge my bet. But I put it this way to Vera. I said, look, dream girl, you be ready to leave, that's all.
What time does the plane take off, did you say?
Why, 11:40. We ought to leave here by 11.
And what happens to Thompson, Buster?
Well, I'll get everything set for a quiet pinch just after we leave. It'll louse up the stunt, doll, if it gets out that the Bureau picked the hood for this world. I gotta protect my client, you understand?
Oh, sure, Buster. I understand.
So Vera was set up to take Mr. Thompson's place if it was no deal with him. If it was a deal, then Thompson would fly off to Brazil, leaving me unexpectedly wealthy. I was sure Vera was a sensible type doll, not adverse to knowing a Joe who was in the chips. Well, along about 9:30, I went knocking at Thompson's door.
Come in.
Well, sir, another day of California sunshine.
Oh, you got it.
You said we'd have another talk.
Talk's cheap.
All right, I'll level with you. I know your name isn't Thompson. I know why you didn't like being picked for this stunt. I know what's in that briefcase, and I know why you want to fly the coop. Huh?
You spoke yesterday about a deal.
Yeah.
How much?
$50.
$50?
Don't play footsie with me, Thompson. $50,000. $50,000.
$50,000?
Hot money like that, I'll have to trade off at a discount. But you'll be in Brazil getting your money's worth, dollar for dollar. Just take your briefcase, Mr. T, and unzip.
Just what do you think I have in this briefcase?
I don't think. I know.
Look, I'll tell you who I am and why, all about it.
Time's a waste, Mr. Thompson. In 10 minutes, call the cops.
My name's Kirkwood. I came on the Chicago plane, not the one from Houston.
Vera was on the Chicago plane. She never saw you.
I came to Los Angeles to kill myself, Mrs. Ant. To kill myself in such a way that I could never be identified. I'm going blind. I'll be totally blind 6 months from now.
Oh, come now, really? What are you giving me, Thompson?
5 years. For 5 years, I went to eye specialists, New York, Philadelphia, Canada, spent every cent I had trying to find a cure.
Look, I got no time to brandish words with you.
Then I heard of this one doctor, a Viennese refugee, lives in Rio. He's cured cases like mine, but my money was gone.
Look, I'm going to fall.
Oh, now, why don't you believe me? I have a daughter, Mr. Sant. All I can leave her is my insurance. I thought if I disappeared, if it could never be proved I killed myself. That's why I didn't want to be recognized. That's why I grabbed for this wonderful chance, this free trip to Brazil.
And the briefcase, Mr. T, what's in the briefcase?
Dynamite.
What? Dynamite? I bet it's dynamite. You're some joker, Thompson. Were you going to kill yourself with dynamite?
So I couldn't be identified, yes.
Oh. Let me see the dynamite, Mr. T. The crisp green dynamite.
Don't touch that briefcase, Aunt.
Buster. Hey, Buster, I've been turning the place inside out to find you.
Vera, leave us be.
But I just remembered. It's daylight saving time here on the coast. That plane leaves an hour earlier. Buster, watch out!
When I came to, there was Roman candles going off in my head, and Vera was tied to a chair with a towel stuffed in her mouth. The airplane ticket was going out of my wallet, of course, but I saw by my watch there was still time. 10 minutes later, we was in my car, Vera and me, halfway to the airport. I took a shortcut up through the hills and kept the gas pedal flat on the floor. It was a while before Vera said anything.
Buster, this will really blow up your stunt if you have Thompson pinched at the airport.
No two-bit hood's going to push me around.
Well, let's see if we can figure some way to get me on the plane quiet. And then after I've left, you nail Thompson.
Forget it. Forget the stunt, doll. Now I'm out for blood.
What time does that plane leave? I forgot.
11:40 daylight saving, 10:40 standard. That Thompson. Claimed he came in on the other plane, not the one from Houston.
No kid.
I said right off. You would have known if he was on the same plane as you.
That's right, Buster.
And then when I asked about the briefcase, he says it's dynamite. After you saw that $500 bill with a serial number.
That's right, Buster.
Thompson didn't know the combination he was up against. Me and a sharp doll like you.
That's right, Buster.
You spotting that headline right off. And remembering that serial number 100%, that's... Yeah, it's funny, though.
What's funny?
Well, that you couldn't remember your room number or that at the time the plane leaves, you got the memory you say you have.
That's right, Buster.
Hey, it's you. It isn't Thompson. You're the Texas hoodlum.
This gun's loaded, Buster. Turn off at the next side road.
You came on the Houston plane. You played me for a sucker.
I played you for what you are. Step on it.
Every last lead I got on Thompson, I got from you. If I ever trust another doll...
You won't live to worry about it, Buster. Turn right here.
Well, I'm kind of ticklish, so with Vera's gun nudging my ribs, I turned. It's an old car, pre-war. It sounded like it was splitting at the seams. She jammed my ribs again, and I pushed the gas down and gave her everything she'd taken and... End of the road, doll. It's the cops.
I don't see any cops. Oh!
But you see, I got the gun, doll. You see that, don't you? Old Josephine here. She has a lovely habit. You give her too much gas, she resents it. She backfires. Bang, bang, bang. Which is tough on a doll's nerves if she's as jumpy as you are.
Buster, look. You couldn't make a deal, could you? Say, 50 grand?
Say, that wouldn't be ethical. Which was the truth, but not quite the whole truth. It was worth kissing 50 grand goodbye to turn Vera in after she conned me the way I did, because one thing I can't stand, being taken over the hurdles by a doll. So that wound up the stunt. Thompson? Oh, he took off okay. And the doctor in Rio handled his case. His eyes are 100% now, without cheaters. Me? Well, this 4th of July, I have nothing on the docket. But have I dreamed up one whale of a stunt for Thanksgiving? Let's see what you think. The moviegoer who arrives at Grauman's Chinese exactly at midnight gets a free Mandarin's uniform, all the chop suey he can eat.
presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Jack Carson.
Say, Wilcox, have you made the Autolite team?
Well, you might say I'm a pitcher, Hap. I make the pitch for more than 400 products made by Autolite for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars. Generators, coils, distributors, voltage regulators, wire and cable, starting motors, electric windshield wipers. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, friends, if your Autolite-equipped car needs replacement parts, ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday for Suspense, our stars will be Kathy and Elliot Lewis. The play is called Love, Honor, and Murder. And it is, as we say,
a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's Suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Rene Garrigank and Lucien Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The 1 Millionth Joe is an original play written for radio by Sylvia Richards. Jack Carson may currently be seen in the Columbia picture The Good Humor Man. Don't forget, next Thursday, same time, Autolite will present Suspense, starring Kathy and Elliot Lewis.
You can buy world-famous Autolite resistor or standard spark plugs, Autolite stay-full batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
The American economic system has brought greater material benefits to more people than any other system the world has ever known. Because we have been able to produce more per man and per machine, we have been able to live better and enjoy our individual freedom. Learn more about your part in the American way of life. Write to Suspense, Box 10, Times Square Station, New York City, for the free booklet, The Miracle of America. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.